sound kind of weird. Uh, yeah. Great. Well, although I don't think there's anything there. Probably not. Oh, yeah, whatever. Hey, the name is. Why is it? That's weird now. Weird. The audio is being. Or I think the emulator is. Oh well. A loud noise startled Junpei awake, and his eyes snapped open. As they adjusted to the light, he realized that he didn't recognize his surroundings. With a crack, Junpei's head connected with something metal. He rolled over and threw out his hand, steadying himself, but he found himself groping at empty air. His balance lost, and his still fuzzy mind struggling to understand what was going on, Junpei tumbled down to the cold, gray floor. Junpei glared around the room, still trying to determine where he'd woken up. The fall had shaken the last cobwebs of sleep from his mind, and finally he understood where he'd fallen from. It was a bed. A three-level bunk bed, in fact. Junpei had fallen, apparently from the topmost bunk. His shoulder hurt, his knee hurt, his hip hurt, his entire body hurt. He could feel a bump forming on his forehead where he'd slammed against the low ceiling. He wondered if that bump was the reason he felt his vision wavering a bit, but that seemed unlikely. At first, he thought the tremor that ran through his legs was just another effect of this rude awakening, but as he looked around and he realized it was real. The whole room was shaking. Was it an earthquake, he wondered? It didn't seem likely. It was shaking far too quickly for an earthquake. Then again, Junpei had no idea what it was, if not an earthquake. He tried to tell himself it was important. Junpei rubbed the growing bump on his head and gingerly climbed to his feet. His balance regained, he finally took his first good look around the room. What's this game about? It's about puzzles. Mostly. And he muttered to himself, "Where am I?" His pain momentarily forgotten in the face of the confusion of his circumstances. Junpei looked around the room once again. Minutes passed while Junpei struggled to get his bearings. Then, as suddenly as they had begun, tremors ceased. A cold silence fell over the room. From somewhere far away, Junpei can hear the sound of metal squeaking. He felt his stomach tighten. There were 1,000 things that the sound could have been, but none of the things he could think of were good. In an attempt to distract himself, Junpei looked around the room once more. There was a stove that looked more antique than functional. The three-level bunk bed had mattresses that were so thin that they were little more than blankets. On the other side of the room was an identical bed, and set in the wall between the beds was a tightly dirty iron door. The first thing Junpei noticed about the door was the number roughly emblazoned across it. Ticks. On the surface of the door, in red paint, someone had written 5. 5? What does 5 mean? Suspicious and utterly confused, Junpei approached the door slowly. Standing at last in front of the door, Junpei grabbed hold of the L-shaped handle. A push yielded no movement, and a pull the same result. A few more tries cemented the truth in Junpei's mind. It wouldn't open. It didn't matter how much he pushed and shoved. The handle wouldn't budge. Hey, D-Strafe. Next to the door was an odd-looking device that reminded Junpei of a card reader. It didn't take a genius to figure out that the odd-looking device was keeping the door shut. Junpei knocked hard on the door. Hey! Hello? Is anyone there? Open the door! There was no response. People die when they're killed, that is true. Junpei threw his left fist into the door wide, it's fucking iron, and stopped. What the hell is this? He wasn't really sure what else to say. Uh-oh. On his left wrist was a bracelet of a sort he'd never seen before. In the center was a large LCD display. Is it display twice? The D? It looked like nothing else so much. It looked like nothing else so much as a watch, but it clearly wasn't that. Shiro, oh god. After all, it only showed a single number. 5. That's the same as the door. True, the numbers were the same, but he had no idea what that might mean. Oh, stream is literally what? Oh, alright, D-Strafe, bye. Sorry it wasn't meant to be. All he knew that it was strange and new, and he wanted it off. Junpei flipped his head over as if to remove a watch, but I think what I'm gonna do is just like do the narration instead of like the voices. I don't know. We'll see. Trying to set your poon. No, I didn't. Whatever. Although that is true. You are not wrong. Junpei flipped his hand over as if to remove the watch, but on the other side of the bracelet was solid. No buckle, no clasp, nothing. She's a spoon. He sighed and flipped the thing back over. There were a number of rivets around the rim of the face. Perhaps. He pushed them, but nothing happened. On a watch, there might be dials for adjusting date or time, but on this bracelet, they did nothing. Junpei was at a loss. What was he gonna do? Growing more desperate, he began to tug at it. However, no good. A steel ring ran from the face around Junpei's wrist and back into the face. He wouldn't be pulling the bracelet off any time in the near future. Eesh. Frustration and desperation were beginning to mix as the reality of the situation began to dawn fully on Junpei. So much was happening, and none of it made sense. Junpei felt as though he were about to explode. Uh-oh. It was at that moment that he noticed the window. The window was round, rimmed in riveted brass, like a window from an early 20th century ship. Junpei walked slowly toward the window. He could see nothing beyond it, but thick, impenetrable darkness. The cube. Oh, maybe? I've never seen it. Junpei squinted, trying to see something. Anything. It was at that moment. Uh-oh. You gotta be kidding me. Huh. A crack split the glass of the window, and for a moment, Junpei stared at it. Then the window burst, and water began to pour into the room. Junpei yelled and spun around. His feet were slipping, but was slipping on the water already coming through the window. He ran for the door. I think this is kind of like more Saw-y, maybe? Because, like, they're, like... Well, Saw 2, at least. Sort of, but not really. There was no reply. As Junpei screamed and pounded on the door, the water began to rise. It was now ankle-deep on the floor, and rising quickly towards his knees. Things were not looking good for Junpei. That's an understatement. Not good at all. He needed to find a way out, and quickly. Junpei ran a hand across his forehead, brushing the sweat out of his eyes, and looked around the room. Uh-oh. Seek a way out. Operations during an escape. During an escape, you can move to different parts of the room by touching the bottom screen. Since many areas require very exact selection, we recommend that you use a stylus. Well, we don't have that. Searching during an escape. During an escape, you can touch the background to search anywhere in the room. Areas you can investigate will be highlighted yellow the moment you touch them. Depending on the nature of the location you touch, you might find an item or a hint. Begin searching by touching places on the bottom screen. How to move. Touch the triangle button on the top screen. On the bottom screen. Doing so will change the viewing angle of the room and move you to different locations. You can do the same by pressing left, right, and down on the control pad. Bird's eye view. If you want to know where you are, touch X on the camera icon on the bottom screen. This will show you where you are and what direction you're facing. Saving during escape. Pressing start will allow you to save. If you want to quit, we recommend pressing start. Yeah, it's a DS game, but I'm playing it like a DS emulator. The purpose of escape. The purpose of each escape is to get out to the room. How you do that depends on the room. You'll need to search all throughout the room to discover what you need to do to get out. Search for hints and items that may help you find a way out. Alright. So I already know what to do here. Just click on that. About items. During an escape, investigating certain parts of the room will allow you to obtain items. Once you obtain an item, you'll be able to go to the item screen. Touching the left button item on the top left will take you to the item screen. While on the item screen, you'll be able to investigate, hold, and combine items you have found. If you want to investigate an item you found, touch the icon for that item in the item screen. Then touch search. Oh my god, why am I yawning? In the top right corner of the bottom screen. Okay, so we got this. Notes from bulletin board. The notes got a... Okay, yeah. Talking about the shapes. Investigate with an item. Touch an item while on the item screen will select the item. While on the item is selected, touching back will return you to the room. Investigation screen. If you look down at the bottom left corner of the bottom screen, you should see the icon. This shows that you're holding the item. If you hold an item while investigating the room, you may trigger a reaction. Investigate suspicious areas with different items to see if anything happens. Pressing up on the control pad will select either item for you to hold. So basically, oh, as far as I can tell, the pool is attached to the bed. Okay. So we got this picture frame. Alright, yeah. Like, I played this like a couple times. I already know what to do here. Well, that's the wrong thing to do, actually. Yep. Key. Ooh, blue key. Got it. It was the DS exclusive, was it? Oh yeah, right. That's right. Because I was thinking about the sequel to this game. The sequel to this game, Zero Escape Virtue's Last Reward, was a 3DS game and a Vita game. I got that. Find items. If you take 2 items you found and combine them, they may turn into something else. To do this, select an item on the item screen and touch the combine on the top part of the bottom screen. Then select the second item and touch the combining. If the two items can be combined, you'll receive a new item. If they cannot be combined, nothing will happen. Because it's this. And oh, my stomach hurts so bad. Let's get the picture off. Let's get this. Get this key. Dousing with dildos? What? What? I need a burrito. Oh, Lord. Junpei grabbed the key and shoved it into his pockets. He intended to leave immediately, but something stopped him. His reflection stared back at him from a mirror, but he had scarcely recognized himself. What's up with my face? His confusion was well justified. His face was drawn and pale, and the dark circles around his eyes, under his eyes, made him look as though he was nearly dead. Even as he said it, something in his mind opened and a memory bobbed to the surface. It was the last thing Junpei remembered before waking up in the strange room. Storage room. It was past midnight when he came home. Junpei shuffled up the stairs and opened the door to apartment 201. Inside was his apartment, well, of course. A small one-bedroom affair that ran him about $630 a month. That's too much. He moved into it when he entered college, and so far he had been there for 3 years and 7 months. He stepped inside and turned on the lights. The fluorescent lights on the ceiling blinked and flickered slowly to life as if waking from a deep slumber. The cold light illuminated the landscape he had come home to so many times before. Everything was as he left it. The magazines piled up in the corner, the textbooks collecting dust, the CD cases covering the floor, the jeans and t-shirt he'd worn the day before and then tossed onto the floor. There's one thing that didn't belong, however. Yeah, we're in a flashback. He's remembering like the last thing he remembered. Exactly, yeah. There was a breeze. Breaths of cold nights air wafted into his apartment, carrying the smells of autumn with them. The white curtain framing his window swayed gently in the wind. Huh, that's weird. Did I leave that open? Junpei walked toward the room, trying to remember if he closed it or not, before he left. One of the panes was hanging open. He stuck his head out and looked around. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Junpei shrugged. He must have just left it open earlier. He paused in. He closed the window. Then it happened. Uh-oh. Junpei turned and found himself face to mask with a man dressed all in black. The man wore a deep hood and a bulky gas mask. His face was entirely hidden. Junpei tried to scream, but all he could manage was a strangled croak. He tried to step toward the man, but his legs could no longer support his weight. Junpei collapsed to the floor, a crumpled heap of limbs, like a discarded puppet. Hello! Hello, Lazarin! Hello! Is that better? Huh? Too late! He noticed the white smoke that was quickly filling his apartment. A small object, shaped distressingly like a grenade, sat on the floor in front of his face, hissing. The white smoke poured out of it at an incredible rate. The smoke had grown so thick that the details of Junpei's apartment began to fade into a white haze. He could feel his mind begin to fade as well. A white haze that was not the smoke creeping into the edges of his vision.
Consider this a privilege. You have been chosen.
A rasping voice. A rasping voice wormed its way out of the gas mask. It was cold and harsh and distorted in some way Junpei could not put his finger on. You are going to participate in a game. A nunnery game. It is a game where you will put your life on the line. That was the last thing Junpei remembered. The white smoke overpowered him. The masked man faded from his vision, and he felt his unconsciousness fall away into the white mist. Oh. Guy with that son of a bitch. As to who the man was, or might have been, Junpei had no idea. Indeed, he wasn't even sure that his assailant had been a man. The voice had been cold and mechanical. Oh, yeah, so I was right. Likely passed through a voice changer, and the body had been covered in a thick cloak. Who was the man in the mask? Had been chosen. Junpei remembered that much, but what it might mean, that's beyond him. Junpei had no idea where he was or why he was there. There was only one thing from his memory that seemed important. Oh, you are going to participate in a game. The nunnery game. It is a game where you put your life on the line. Girl, I like how that goddamn it. So good. With a rebel yell, Junpei drove his fist into the mirror and cried, "Mo, mo, mo." Alright. So that's the end of that cutscene. Okay, so there's suitcases around that we saw. There's a blue suitcase on the bottom left. There's keys. But we got these cards. And we got this little, how would you call it? Not compass. How do I do this? There we go. Flood. Oh, I never played Super Mario Sunshine. Okay, so the blue first. So solid square. And then, so 0, 0, 2? Yeah, 0, 2. 0, 2, 6, 3? 0, 2, 6, 3. Yeah, okay. Nailed it. Or at least, in a bit, I will nail it. Oop. So tight. 0, 2, 6, 3. key works. Minigames. During an escape, your investigation may trigger one of the several minigames. All operations for the minigames are done by touching the bottom screen. Some minigames will require you to manipulate something, while others will only require you to apply the right object or touch the right thing. Operation instructions. Touching the dial will cause it to move to the next number. Entering 4 numbers this way, and then touch the key. If the numbers are correct, it will unlock. Yeah, 0, 2, 6, 3. It worked. The water spray. Oh. Oh, that's cool. Let's open it up then. File. File screen. If you find any documents or notes during an escape, the information on them will be available from the file screen. To open the file screen, touch File, the top right of the bottom screen. Once at the file screen, press Files by selecting them or touching them. Or pressing, I guess, the D-pad. If you search the contents of the files, you selected will be displayed on the upper screen. Digital route. Compute a digital route with the following steps. First, add all the numbers in question to one another. If you end up with something greater than a single-digit number, add the digits to one another. For instance, if you have a double-digit number, add the number to the tens place, to the number in the ones place. Keep adding digits in this manner until you have a single-digit answer. That final single digit is your digital root. Example. The digital roots of 678 would be, or 678, would be 6 plus 7 plus 8 equals 21. 2 plus 1 equals 3. Hey Phil. How was your stream? Therefore, the digital root of 678 is 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Will be 1. Hope you caught that. Keep adding numbers until you get a single digit number. Yep. Extra host Philippe. Notebook, pen, calculator, and a stack of key cards. Okay. Okay, new material has been added. Calculator. The calculator screen can be used during an escape or during a novel sequence. During an escape, you can access it by pressing Y, and this will open the calculator screen. To operate the calculator, touch the bottom screen. When using the calculator, the numbers on the top are your calculations, and the numbers on the bottom are your answer. The calculator can also calculate your digital roots, which will be important to the progression of the story. Action Click and Dark Souls 3 on the same day. Yep. Actually, it's over here. Okay, so this is a red briefcase. So we're gonna do the same thing as we did with the blue one, which is 7. 7, 4, 8, 5. 7, 4, 8, 5. Yeah. Hey, Galactic. It's annoying. No way. It's just to, like, give you tension. Trying to let you. I'm telling you, hurry up. Let's give it a shot. 745. We already know about the instructions. Right, 7485. I hope so. Yeah, it seems right. Alright, we got it, boys. I'm not bringing any voice actors. What? I'm only doing, almost so far I'm only doing a narration. We got the red key cards. Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, because there's this here, the water. These cards have numbers on them. Pretty sure I'm supposed to put used to them. Alright. And... oh, that's right. I have cards I haven't used. Yep. We got these cards. Look at it. Oh, I've gotten like all the endings. There's Skip 3. I don't think there's been any announcement. I don't think it will be April though. I mean, like when I say announcement, I mean like release date. But you can easily Google that. More cards in here, and got only one other hint. Of course, the files. The files said something about digital roots. Yeti, thanks for the host. Is this like D4? No. Nothing like D4. What am I supposed to do with? There's a 5 on that door. Do I have to get a digital roots of 5? Probably next year, yeah. It's worth a shot. Touch 3 cards to select them. The roots of the selected cards will be displayed on the top screen. Touching resets will deselect all the currently selected cards. After you selected 3 cards, touch the device. I already know the answer. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, I think this is gonna work. There we go. That's a new noise. Huh? Did it just unlock? Well, that light was red, and now it's blue. Why should... Dank dreams never die. Dank dreams don't die. No doubt about it. There's something keeping me in here now. Time to go. Oh god. You found it. No, it's not a blind playthrough. I mean, I know like the intro like very well in order to like know what to do, but like the puzzles, like especially puzzles like later down, like in a storyline, they're kind of fuzzy to me. So, is this Resident Evil? Yes. Accompanied by a wall of angry water, Junpei shot out of the room and into the opposing wall. Gasping to catch his breath, he looked around. He was in a narrow hallway. The water that had fallen out of the room was rapidly pouring out the door. It flowed quickly down the hallway and slammed into the foot of the short flight of stairs. Just 5 steps, in fact. And at the top of this short staircase... What? Short staircase! Oh, yeah, it's another door. Junpei leapt up the stairs, straight for the door. The door burst open. Junpei exploded out of it, only to freeze in his tracks. What other possible response could there have been to what he saw? What the hell? His voice trailed off, and all he could do was stare. Polished floor stretched out before him. Ornate staircases rising up from the edges, each one of them equidistant? Equidistant? From the others. That is the first time I played this game like a couple of times. That's the first time I've ever seen that word. The stairs and pillars were solid wood, and Art Nouveau embellishments and decorations covered the walls and pillars. It looked like nothing so much as the entrance to a luxurious mansion from the 1900s. Equidistant? Junpei couldn't help but wonder. Was he really in a ship? The water quickly filling the hallway behind him suggested that yes, he was. As he looked, a fresh wave rolled out of the room he'd been in, gathering speed as he fell toward the stairs. Yeah, that's what I thought. This is totally a what? The hell? Wave. Uh-oh. Junpei spun around, his wet shoes squeaking in protest on the polished floor, and ran toward the tremendous staircase in front of him. C-deck. B-deck. As he ran, he glanced quickly at the plates mounted on the wall, denoting the decks of the ship. He took the stairs 2 at a time, not entirely sure where he would find himself. Just as he began to wonder where, in fact, the stairs did lead. Whoa! That lady. Junpei saw another person out of the corner of his eye. He stopped short, nearly tripping over this next stair, and looked. It wasn't just one person he'd seen. On the landing to the left of the stairs, there were 4 people staring at him. And on the right side, 3 more. All told, there were 7 of them. It looked as though they had been on their way down the stairs. It stopped short when they saw Junpei, their eyes wide. He'd done the same, of course, and now they stood there staring at one another. Junpei didn't move, one foot placed awkwardly on the next step in the middle of a stride. Who were these people? This entire interaction lasted only a matter of seconds. The woman spoke to Junpei, and time began to move again. Oh, yeah. Question marks. The woman was dressed, Junpei thought, rather like a dancer. Hey, kawaii. Her clothes covered very little, and her prodigious jewelry, a little more. With no further ceremony, she ran straight past Junpei and toward the doors behind him. The sudden proximity of a woman with such striking assets. Wink, wink. Junpei. She left! Junpei momentarily stunned. Yeah. But the others wasted no time and quickly followed the strange woman. The first to pass Junpei was a young man with silver hair. Ooh. He threw a quick glance in Junpei's direction as he ran, muttering. One of us, eh? Hey, Luna. Following him was an older man, his face calm and without fear. Soft wrinkles sprouted from his eyes, and he came close enough as he passed for Junpei to see wisps of gray in his hair. His composure and shock of hair struck Junpei rather like that as an elderly lion. Yeah. Oh, that's Missy Fab. Oh yeah. Okay, going up. Nope, it's no good. The next to speak was a girl with a pink hair and a high voice. Gotta hurry, apparently. Her small hand was wrapped around the wrist of another man. Uh-oh. His eyes were closed, almost as though he were sleeping. His features were graceful, almost serene, and he was dressed rather elegantly for someone his age. Something about his posture seemed very refined, and Junpei couldn't help feeling he was noble and dignified somehow. Hey, Jake. That outfit in here, oh god. That is weird. Why is she wearing headphones? Don't know. You've certainly never seen one, but this man seemed like what Junpei had always imagined a prince would be like. Oh, 9 of us. What does all the cards are in hand mean? He wondered. Junpei opened his mouth to ask what the other man had meant, but the girl with pink hair rushed past him, and they were gone. Uh-oh. He turned just in time to see two more people running toward him. One of them had hair like a bird's nest. It looked as though a stiff breeze might topple him. And the other was a veritable mountain of a man. The scrawny one said nothing and scuttled past Junpei as though he were running from something. Uh-oh. And who doesn't... I mean, I guess his jacket, sort of. So Adek is a no-go. Before he had a chance to respond, the man laid a massive hand on Junpei's shoulder. With no more effort than Junpei would have used to brush aside a fly, the man shoved him out of the way. Why? Whoa! Thrown off balance by the man in recent events, it took Junpei a few steps to get his bearings. He finally regained his balance and looked up at what the other 7 had been running toward. Uh-oh. There were 2 pairs of large iron doors set into the wall in front of them. They looked quite sturdy, and each had handles jutting from them. Written across the surface of each door in red paint was a number. The door on the right had a 4, and the door on the left had a 5. Oh, Shantae. Cool. Their overalls. Yeah. The guy Junpei had decided to call Silver was mumbling to himself. Me too, eh? With an arched eyebrow, the lion looked over at Silver. I saw the same, okay. They all had different numbers, doors, their cells. Next chair, please. It was as though the floodgates had been opened. They all began to talk at once. Me too. I did too. Yeah, a door with a number on it. It soon became clear that each one of them had awoken in a room with a locked door and solved a puzzle to escape. They'd all ended up in the same room, almost as though they had been guided there. Gladys story? What? Flawless story? Need to hurry. Before the dancer had time to finish, Silver was already running. He grabbed hold of the door labeled 5 and pulled. However, the mountain grabbed Silver's shoulder and tossed him aside. His path cleared. He took a few steps back, then threw himself at the door. Oh yeah, barely second. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. The door shook as his body slammed into it, but showed no signs of breaking or opening. The mountain threw himself at the door again. Junpei turned toward door 4. Next to the door on the wall was a small box. It looked just like the one he had seen in his room next to that door. If it was the same, then this door was likely locked as well. Still, he had to check. Junpei grabbed the handle and threw all his weight onto it. It was locked as tight as the door next to it, as he expected. Junpei punched the door. He did not respond. Were these the only doors, he wondered? He'd barely finished the thought when the sea deck plate he'd passed on his way up sprang, unbidden, to his mind. His body moved before he had time to think. Junpei turned and ran back toward the stairs. He had scarcely taken a step when At the top of the stairs, next to an ornate clock embedded in the wall, saw a person. It was a girl. She looked to be the same age as Junpei. He froze, unable to look away from her face. He wasn't confounded by her beauty, something equally silly. No, there was another reason he couldn't take his eyes off the girl. Was it her knees? Junpei had seen her somewhere before. He couldn't quite remember where, but he knew. He knew he'd met her before. The girl, too, stared at Junpei, similarly stunned. Her response suggested she'd seen him before as well. Without saying a word, Junpei walked slowly toward her. She didn't move. It was almost as though she was held in place by some sort of magic spell. I could speedrun this game. People do speedrun this game. The thing is, like, I think they've already beaten once before, so they can, like, auto skip. Or they might have, like, done, like, all the routes before. So they can skip, like, everything, like, all the text in the game, and then just do the puzzles. And, like, I think, like, the average time to completion for, like, all routes or something is, like, an hour 30. But, yeah. As Junpei stepped onto her landing, the spell broke. No sooner had he set his foot down, the whole ship shook for the second time. The quake caught the girl unprepared, and she fell. Moving on instinct, Junpei leapt to catch her. Or so he thought. Her face was far closer than it should have been, mere inches from his own. He was flat on his back, and she had landed squarely on top of him. The girl seemed as confused as he did, and her face suggested she still hadn't fully recovered from seeing him. For a moment, that seemed to stretch for a very long time. They stared at one another. The ship stopped shaking. Everything was quiet. Water could be heard from the bottom of the ship, lapping faintly at the walls and ceilings, but eventually that faded as well. The silence was complete. What was complete? A thick, muffling blanket. At last, the girl opened her mouth. Oh, Jumpy. Oh, Jumpy. Jumpy. Her words echoed through Junpei's head, and suddenly his memory returned. Akane? Why hadn't he realized it before? The girl was Akane Kurashiki. She and Junpei had been friends in childhood. They had gone to elementary school together for 6 years. But what was she doing on the ship? Her soft eyes were only inches away from his own. He could feel the warmth of her face. Feelings he thought long forgotten began to work their way to the surface. He could feel his face heating up. At that moment, the speaker crackled to life, and a cold, eerie voice filled the room. You want to hug Lotus for reasons? Welcome aboard.
I welcome you all from the bottom of my heart to this vessel.
With the voice's invasion, the spell between Junpei and Akane was broken, and all hints of burgeoning romance instantly forgotten. They hurriedly untangled themselves from one another and struggled to their feet. Their 7 companions had heard the voice as well, and many of their faces had gone pale. That's a terrible voice for Zero. They explicitly said his voice was mechanical. Cold and mechanical. No. You couldn't even hear this anyways. For $1 million. Right. They looked around frantically, desperately, to look at the source of the voice. At last they found it. A speaker set in the ceiling. I am Zero, the captain of the ship. I am also the person who invited you here. The voice was harsh, obscured occasionally by the crackle of static. But Junpei recognized it. How could he have forgotten it? $1 million? What? It was the same voice he had heard from the man in the gas mask. Gas mask. Get a good look at me. I mean to have you to participate in a game. Some of you, I know, are familiar with this game. The Nonary game. It is a game where you will put your life on the line. The voice continued, implacable. Or implaceable? The rules of the Nonary game can be found upon your persons. They are simple rules. Read them. OMG dog, or oh my dog. Ooh, something in my pocket. Got something in my front pocket for you. Silver reached into his pocket and pulled out a small slip of paper. The rest of them reached into their own pockets and pulled out similar slips of paper. Junpei followed suit and dug into the pocket of his pants. He felt the telltale crumple of paper, slightly damp from his earlier ordeal. Ooh. Why do we have to read it? His request had been delivered to Junpei, who, after a short moment of surprise, did as he'd been asked. On this ship, you'll find a handful of doors emblazoned with numbers. We'll call them the number doors. The doors in front of you are a pair of the same. The key to opening these numbered doors are the numbered bracelets that each of you possess. Show the total of numbers on your numbered bracelets. Or should you, yeah. And find that the digital roots of that number is equal to the number of that door, the door will open. Only those who have opened the door may pass through. There are, however, limits. Only 3 to 5 people can pass through one numbered door. All those who enter must leave, and all who enter must contribute. Bracelet, Junpei figured, had to mean the bulky thing on his wrist. He glanced around. It looked like everyone else had one as well, and had come to much to the same conclusion. The purpose of the game is simple. Leave the ship alive. It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a number 9. Or that carries a 9. Jake is too young to get that reference? Really? Jake and I are the same age, practically. Junpei had reached the end of the letter. There was a long moment of silence, and then the speaker crackled to life once more. Oops, that's the wrong thing. There is one last thing I must tell you. As you have no doubt surmised, this ship has begun to sink. On April 14th, 1912, the famous ocean liner Titanic crashed into an iceberg. After remaining afloat for 2 hours and 40 minutes, it sank beneath the waters of the North Atlantic. Yep, that's exactly true, Jake. I will give you more time. 9 hours. That is the time you'll be given to make your escape. The voice finished, and the speaker went silent. The sound of a bell tolling, echoed through the hall. It came from the dance hall adjacent to the stairwell. It took those assembled on the stairs mere moments to trace the sound to an antique clock embedded in the wall. 7, 8, 9. The sound of the 9th bell faded away. The 10th never came. That meant that the time was 9 o'clock. Most likely 9 o'clock in the evening. When Junpei had peered out of the window of his cell, he'd seen nothing but blackness. It had to be nighttime. If that was the case, then they would need to escape by 6 a.m. the following day. Now, it is time. Let our game begin. I wish you all the best of luck. The speaker went silent. Did not speak again. Silver yelled at the speaker with language coarse enough to embarrass the sailor, but the rest of Junpei's companions were silent, deep in thoughts. Junpei too was consumed by his thoughts. There was a great deal he didn't understand. Who was Zero? What was the nunnery game? Why had he chosen to make them a part of it? Yeah, the plot of this game is it's crazy. Was he a criminal who took delight in playing with his victims? Or did he have some other purpose? Why had Junpei been chosen as part of this insane game? Why had any of them been chosen? But one question was foremost on his mind. Akane. They hadn't seen one another since elementary school. Why had she appeared now? May the pepperonis be ever in your favor. What? Coincidence? No, that seemed impossible. There had to be a reason. He didn't know what it might be, but there had to be a reason. Oh, very well. The lion's voice seemed oddly loud in the silence. Standing around here won't do us any good. Just, get moving, it says. The lion shook his head, mildly annoyed. Oh lord. Ellipses. Oops. Their separate investigations finished. All 9 people have returned to where they had left one another. The result of their work was nothing. They were completely sealed in. Their hard work had not gone completely to waste, however. They had learned a number of things as well as a number of things as they scoured the parts of the ship they could reach. It seemed that they were confined to decks A through C. C deck was as far down as it would be able to go, however. The reason being that D deck was completely submerged. Strangely, however, the water had risen to no higher than D deck. The flow seemed to have been stopped somehow, as evidenced by the surface of the water on D deck, which was as smooth as glass. The prince knelt down and gently drew his hand against it. Ooh, crap. Oh. Well, obviously, we got 9 hours. This whole thing's rigged. There are 3 metal doors on C deck. A single door stood off to the side, with 2 more on the wall facing the central staircase. None of them had numbers or verification devices. They were, however, locked like the other doors. No matter how much they pushed and shoved, the doors refused to move. The Mountain and the Lion threw themselves against them a few times, but to no avail. The door in the back had a keyhole. Just above it was a strange mark in the shape of a circle surrounding a dot. There were 2 other doors on C deck as well, but it was clear they were elevators, as each had a button next to it with an upside-down triangle. They tried pushing the button. No response. Apparently there was no power running to the elevators. To the left of the elevator doors was a card reader. The card reader had also a strange mark on it. It looked like a lowercase h with a dash drawn across the stem of the H. Junpei stared at it for a while. The symbol Saturn. The other mark was the sun symbol, of course. They had seen the same symbols on A deck. There was a door on either side of the stairs. The one on the left had a keyhole with a similar symbol engraved on it. Yeah, it definitely is like that. This is an Earth symbol. The horizontal line symbolizes the equator, and the vertical one represents the prime meridian. Junpei looked up at the ceiling. There was a great circle cut in it, perhaps for a skylight or a glass dome. It had been filled with a gargantuan metal plate. The metal looked very solid. Anything short of an explosive charge was unlikely to damage it. Whew, excuse me. There were several windows along both sides of the ship, or at least there had been. They too were covered with metal plates. In other words, we're trapped. All the exits go to nowhere. Junpei was not happy. The girl with pink hair spoke up. Well, I'm sure they'd go somewhere. We just can't open them. Then the mountain spoke. You don't know that. For all we know, they just open into walls or take us in circles. Oh, this is a 244 thing. I'm on like my original PC. So like the other PC has like the other account. So this is like, I don't know. It's kind of weird. I'm gonna have to ban you for that, though. The prince did not agree. No. I'm sure they go somewhere, otherwise... Actually, I probably could do this. I probably should activate it, maybe. If I can find it. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Give me a moment. Yep. 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 Alright. I can't ban you. Who do you think I am? Hey, flexing. We can open them. Well, 2 of them at least. Are you doing? Flexing? You mean the number doors? All eyes turned toward the doors with numbers on them. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Hey, wait a minute. I think I said this earlier, but I don't think we should do that. The dancer moved in front of the doors as if to block them. We'd have to be crazy to open these doors. 69-year-old puppy? Pfft. Whatever, man. If we do that, we're doing exactly what Zero wants us to do. Suddenly, everyone began to speak at once. I agree. I don't. That's a terrible idea. We should keep going. We should stay here. We don't have any other way to open any of these doors. We should just wait. Someone's bound to come find us. We don't have time for that. In 8.5 hours, this ship is gonna sink. The clamor of voices made it next to impossible to determine who was saying what. The arguments grew more and more intense until people were shouting and screaming at one another. So it really doesn't matter what I think. Apparently not. Junpei had remained silent, but at last he could take no more. Hey! Shut up! Shut up! They fell silent, and all eyes turned to Junpei. Felt each stare burning into him, but he refused to flinch. Before we try to decide where we're going to go, there's something else we ought to do. What's that? We need to exchange information. We don't know anything about each other. I want to know who you guys are. Who you are. Where you came from. That is almost a Backstreet Boys song. I don't care who you are, where you're from, what you did, as long as you love me. Why you ended up here? Don't tell me you aren't curious too. There was silence. Some of them looked the other way, or bit their lip, or crossed their arms and stared at the ceiling. But one of them spoke up. It was Akane. I agree. I think Junpei is right. Or Jumpy is right. Jumpy. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking about him. 2002? That song was not released in 2002. It was released in like 1997 or 8? Yeah, I want to say like 1997. I forget when the first album was released. I gotta stop moving the shit. Anyways. His name is Junpei. She pointed towards Junpei. We're childhood friends. We went to the same elementary school. Wait, stop! Don't tell us stuff we didn't ask you about. Joe's probably watching us right now. What are you gonna do if he's listening in? Would that be bad? Hell yeah, it would. We don't know how much that bastard knows about us. Maybe he just picked a bunch of random people to kidnap. No, wait. Their latest album, La Test. No, Antioch. That was from their first US album. I should know because I was a huge Backstreet Boys fan back in the day. If that is the case, then it'd be dangerous for us to let him know too much. Yeah, he does have a point. If Zero knows who we are, he could go after our families. Maybe he'd tell us he had him to get us to do stuff, you know? But we still need to know what our names are. It's gonna be hard to talk to each other. We don't have names. Why is it my dark past? It's not my... Like, I still fucking listen to that shit. I don't give a NSYNC, fucking... Britney Spears has had some good jams too. I listen to like a lot of 90s shit. Early 90s and late 90s. The 90s too. Here, mister. Good. Yeah. Oddly enough, I've never seen that movie. Alright. Then why don't we have code names? To him, apparently, it seemed like the obvious solution. Code names? Yeah. Like, we'll each pick something. Like, I'll be 7. 7? Why are you 7? It seemed a fair question. Mountain stuck out his left arm. Because this bracelet says number 7. Oh, I get it. Yeah, that's a good idea. He smirked. Alright, I'm gonna be Santa. Any of you chumps know Japanese? No? Oh, considering there's 2 other people there with Japanese names. Well, son, means 3, so I'll be Santa. You know, like Santa Claus. Fits, don't you think? It's 789. Oh, shut up, Jake. Then your bracelet number. Yeah, it's got a 3 on it. Good job, Grandpa. Just like the mountain had done, Silver thrust out his left hand. Sure enough, the face of his bracelet read 3. Very well then. I'll go next, shall I? My bracelet number is 1. Given that, I think Ace seems appropriate. I'll be Lotus then. As I'm sure you all know, it has 8 petals. Who knows? Who knows? Who in chat knows that lotuses have 8 petals? Come on now. Which means, of course, that my bracelet number is 8. I would appreciate it if you would call me Sneak. My bracelet number is 2. Since Ace had chosen cards, then I choose dice. Snake Eyes. Clearly. Which is particularly relevant since I am blind. You know, because you play this, of course. Blind, really? He'd kept his eyes closed during their entire ordeal, which had suggested something strange, but to hear it said so casually was something of a surprise. Snake. Everyone seemed a little nervous at the prince's proclamation, but no one seemed to know how to react to it. There was one person, however, who didn't seem to be surprised in the least. The girl with pink hair. I want to be Clover. You know, like a 4-leaf clover. Good look, right? Looking almost bored, she held out her left hand. The face of her bracelet showed the number 4. It'd come around to Junpei. He held out his bracelet. Alright, my number's 5, so my code name is gonna be... Why have one? It's not like there's any point to it now. The dancer cut him off in mid-sentence. I mean, we all know your name already. You're Junpei. Oh. They all nodded. Akane stepped forward, nervously. Then you all should call me by my name too. Because, I mean, it doesn't seem fair to Jumpy. You think it's not cool for you to hide your name after you told us his? Akane fidgeted awkwardly. Junpei decided he had to do something. What's your bracelet number? It's 6. She hesitated for a moment, then held out her left hand. As she claimed, the bracelet's face showed a 6. Junpei looked at it for a moment and thought, alright then, why don't we call you June? June? Yeah, you know. It's the 6th month of the year. So you're June. Jumpy. Akane kneaded her hands and looked up at Junpei, uncertain. He smiled back at her, reassuringly. Are you good with that? She thought about it for a few more minutes, then seemed to come to a decision and gave Junpei a small nod. Their names decided, Junpei ran over them quickly in his head. 1 was Ace. 2 was Sneak. 3 was Santa. 4 was Clover. 5 was Junpei's number. Akane was 6, and Junpei had given her the codename of June. 7 was 7. And 8 was Lotus. That meant 8 of them, including Junpei, had revealed their bracelet numbers. But there was still one person left. He was a man with glasses and hair like a bird's nest. He hadn't said anything since they met on the stairs, and he didn't look like the sort of person who was inclined to conversation. Yeah. His skin was pale, his breathing was heavy, and he was soaked with a nervous sweat. His behavior seemed very suspicious, or perhaps simply emotionally unstable. It was difficult to tell. Whatever was the case, or whatever the case, it would seem clear that he had only a fingertip's worth of a grip on his sanity. The girl with pink hair, Clover, walked up to him slowly. She put her hands on her hips and eyed him suspiciously. "What number are you?" He didn't answer. His bloodshot eyes twitched from person to person, and his breath came in hot pants. Hot pants? What? "Hey, I'm talking to you." The man licked his dry lips with his shaking tongue and spoke with a voice like old paper. It isn't it obvious? There are 9 people here. And you know who numbers 1 through 8 are. I'm the only one left. Screwy 9? Yeah. He extended a trembling arm. The bracelet did indeed say 9. Clover looked at it contemptuously. "What's your code name?" Code name? What do you want us to call you? We all made up names. You should too. I don't need one. Why not? Because I'm not gonna stay here with you. He took a shuddering breath and exhaled. So 6. Call me dead. What? Oh god. Clover looked at him with something very like disgust. "You got some sort of plan?" I do. "Yeah, what's that? You sure you want to know?" "Yeah." Alright. Let me show you. I'm gonna do this. By the time they realized what he was doing, it was too late to stop him. The man's body moved like a snake's. In the blink of an eye, he had slid around behind her and wrapped his arm around her waist. "Hey, what the hell you think you're doing?" Police ball. Silver, Santa, leapt forward toward Clover and the 9th man. He was halfway there when... "Stay back!" Suddenly, the man's hand dove into his pocket. It came back out with a knife. A pocket knife. He held it to Clover's pale, quivering neck. If you get any closer, I'll cut her open." Santa skidded to a halt. He snarled at the scrawny man with the knife and gritted his teeth. "Yes, that's right." The man's smile was neither friendly nor reassuring. Sweat poured down his neck, soaking the collar of his shirt. Gross. "Clover, are you alright?" The prince, Snake's voice, sounded oddly concerned. "Yeah, I'm fine." Her voice shook, making her words even less convincing. "What the hell are you trying to do?" I told you. This is my plan." "What are you gonna do to her, you sick son of a bitch?" "Don't worry. I'm not gonna do anything to her. If she just does what I tell her to, I'll let her go." He started to move backward, slowly, keeping his grip on Clover. Keeping their distance, Chimpy and the others followed. Eventually, the man reached the wall. He gave a start as his back touched it, then glanced around quickly and spoke. "Verify." "Huh?" "Left. Look on your left. Do you see the device on the wall? Place your hand on the scanner panel, the round part." "What if I don't?" The man's nostrils flared and he looked like he was about to choke. Are you an idiot? What do you think? I could slit your throat right now. I'll kill you if I have to. All I need is your bracelets. Just do it. Do it now." Press the knife against Clover's neck, hard. Slowly, she stretched her left hand out toward the device. Her back was to it. She had to feel around for a moment before she found the circular panel. It made a cold electronic noise, and on the display above her hand, an asterisk appeared. So that's how it works, Junpei thought to himself. By placing one's palm on what the ninth man had called the scanner panel, the user's bracelet number would be entered into the device. Should you total the numbers that on your numbered bracelets, and find the digital roots of that number is equal to the number of that, the door will open. Junpei shifted his eyes toward the door itself. The number on it was 5. The ninth man seemed to know a little more about the device's operation than he should. How had he known exactly what to do? Good. Good, you're done. Next. His bloodshot eyes crept from person to person until finally, it stopped on the line, Ace. You, right? You're the one with the number 1 bracelet, right? Yes, I am. So? Then you're next. Just verify your number like this little brat did. What are you doing? Do it. Don't you care what happens to her? Okay, just calm down. Ace held up his hands, palms out. Ninth man jerked his chin toward the device. Slowly, cautiously, Ace moved towards the device. After what seemed like an agonizing eternity, he reached it. Now verify. Ace nodded and planted his hand on the scanner panel. The device beeped again, and a second asterisk appeared. Now the device had Clover and Ace's numbers, 4 and 1. 4 plus 1 equals 5. The same as the number written on the door, but it wouldn't open just yet. Only 3 to 5 people can pass through one numbered door. The door needed at least one more person. Who would that be? Get back! His voice shook, but the knife he held to Clover's throat made his words a command. Ace took 2, then 3 steps back. No, farther. More than that. Go all the way back. Slowly, Ace did what he was told. The ninth man's lips curled into a cruel, twisted smile. That was when Junpei understood his plan. Clover's 4 and Ace's 1. Added to the ninth man's 9. 4 plus 1 plus 9 equals 14. 1 plus 4 equals 5. In other words... Thank God you were all so cooperative. Now I can get out of this nightmare. He pressed his own hand against the scanner panel. A third asterisk appeared on the screen. He dropped his hand on the lever on the side of the device and pulled. The door opened with a heavy metallic groan. He let go of Clover. Wait! Junpei leapt toward the ninth man, but he wasn't fast enough. The man shoved Clover. And hopped through the door. Okay, have a good one, guys. I'm going off ahead now. Well then, goodbye. He raised his hand and waved. There's just a smirk on his face. And then he was gone. The door ground shut with a dull clang of metal on metal. Clover, are you alright? Snake ran to Clover's side as she lay on the floor. Yeah, I'm fine. She climbed unsteadily to her feet, and once there, she leaned heavily on Snake's shoulder for support. Junpei ran to the door. The others followed him. Several pairs of hands grabbed a hold of the handles and pulled. They grunted and strained, but... no dice. Shit! Won't budge! That was when Lotus, the dancer, spoke. Her voice was quiet. Do you hear something? Like what? Some sort of beeping? Junpei pressed his ear against the cold metal of the door. The others did the same. You're right. I can hear it too. What is it? Then they heard something else. It was the ninth man. Shit! Why isn't it stopping? God damn it! You lied! Lied? This wasn't supposed to happen. This is wrong. This is wrong. His voice shook with fear. Safe on the outside, they stepped back from the door and looked at one another. What is happening in there? Open the door! Please! I'm begging you! Help me! Please get me out of here! Get me out of here! Junpei grabbed a hold of the device. He slammed his hand on the scanner panel. Nothing happened. Why didn't it register him? He looked at the display where the asterisk had shown up. It said engaged. Oh my god. There's no time left. Listen. I was lied to. He lied to me. He put me in here. It was him. He killed me. It was him. Get! There we go. Yeah. The explosion rocked the room. Instinctively, they ducked, then stood up slowly when they realized there was no danger. No one spoke. Pow. Yeah, indeed. Silence filled the room. In that silence, the electronic tone that echoed across the room sounded as loud as a gunshot. All eyes turned toward it. It had come from the device mounted next to the door. The display changed from engaged to vacant. Let's see if we can open it. 7, the mountain swallowed hard. Junpei nodded and placed his hand on the scanner panel. A red asterisk appeared on the LCD panel. The device had registered Junpei's bracelet, number 5. His was not enough, however. At least 2 more people were needed. Junpei asked, "Which pair?" It could be either pair, I guess. Guess Ace and Lotus. Ace! Lotus, do you think you can give me a hand here? The pun was a little too on the nose, but the mood was still grim. Both Ace and Lotus lifted their hands silently. He verified, and She's followed suit. 5. God damn it, dog. 5 plus 1 plus 8 equals 14. 1 plus 4 equals 5. Next to the host, Trojan Man. They fulfilled the conditions. If they were to pull the lever on the side... Uh-oh. Are you guys ready? I'm gonna open it. Junpei grabbed the lever and looked back over his shoulder. They stiffened and nodded. Junpei nodded back and set his mouth in a grim line. Then he so slowly lowered the lever. There was a metallic groan, and the door slid open. How you doing, Trojan Man? A breath of air just slid out of it, carrying a stench that nearly made them gag. Ooh. Ew. Ayo. Gross. You ready? Come on. You want this? This dried chili dog? Okay. Sorry about that. Ugh. Junpei grimaced and put a hand over his mouth. Oh my god. Good god. Lotus and Ace shuddered. 7 grunted. Whoa. That's pretty bad. Even Sansa's voice shook. He blew up. It appeared that Santa was right. The hallway on the other side of the door was splattered with chunks of torn flesh and dark red blood. Aye! The shriek echoed across the room. It had come from June. I'm doing okay. My stomach's been hurting, but it's passing. And her strength left her, and she dropped. As Junpei turned to catch her, the door groaned shut. she crumpled to the floor. June, you okay? Junpei dropped to his knees and put his arm around her shoulders. That's when he noticed. Let's look at his clothes. He's wearing flannel shirt. Then he has a hoodie on, and like another puffy sleeveless jacket. What's that all about? That's when he noticed her whole body was feverish. She was radiating intense heat. What the hell? Where does fear come from? June didn't answer. Her face looked like wax, and her whole body began to shake. He's Marty McFly. Alright, let's just rest for a minute, okay? You think you can walk? She nodded weakly. That's what you wear in real life. Yeah, right. Junpei lifted June to her feet and guided her to a nearby chair. Here we go. As gently as he could, he set her down on it. How are you feeling? Are you alright? She nodded as she did. A single huge tear rolled down on the side of her face. Manape! What are you doing here? Why? Why did this happen? Her voice cracked, broken by misery and grief and choked by sobs. Why did this happen? Junpei spun around. You sued no alerts. Well, that is your fault. Do we even know what the fuck's going on around here? Who's Zero? What's this nonary game? Come on. Anybody? Anything? What the hell is going on? What are we doing here? No one spoke. Tell Junpei to use this persona. No! Ace, Snake, Santa, Clover, Seven, and Lotus. They simply stood there. 7 pairs of downcast eyes, and 7 grim lines for mouth. June's body shook with silent sobs. They slowed as minutes ticked by. They don't have minutes. I mean, they already have less than 9 hours. They have like 8.5 hours now. And eventually they stopped. Then suddenly, in the cold, heavy silence that had enveloped them like a thick fog, a bell began to ring. The clock in the central hall. 7, 8, 9, 10 times. And then, on the 10th ring, it stopped. The sound of the bell faded away into silence. It's 10 o'clock then. Ace said what each one of them had been thinking. That means it's been an hour since Zero's little announcement. Seven's deep voice echoed across the room. Fuck! I've had enough of this crap. Santa leapt to his feet, his fists clenched. How long are we gonna pussyfoot around like this? I don't see how this guy would use the word pussyfoot in his life ever. We've only got 8 hours until this time Zero was going on about is up. Let's get going already. Go! Go! Santa's outburst fell on deaf ears. No one seemed to agree with him. They stared back at him. Their eyes blinked and their faces tired. Finally, Lotus spoke. No, I refuse. I'm not going to end up like him. Him? You mean the Knife Man? Hey, calm down there. Of course. Who else? In his mind, Junpei saw the corpse again. A dark reddish-black pool of blood. Rebellious Santa Claus. The scattered pieces of flesh. Organs strewn across the floor like the blossoming of the grotesque flower. The explosion that had torn through his body had been powerful. The ninth man's neck had been twisted at an odd angle. Junpei suspected the detonation had thrown him against the wall. Half of his face was crushed, and the other half was covered in blood. Most of his abdomen had been emptied, either by the explosion or by gravity. He had landed on his back, and stark white ribs jutted up out of his chest, like the legs of some sort of macabre crab. Junpei felt something flip in his stomach. I think he just screwed up. Eyebrows went up, and Santa continued. Probably set up some sort of trap, and that killed him. I'm not gonna screw up like that. I'm getting out of here alive. Who's hungry? Oh my god. Whatever Snake was laughing at, Santa did not find particularly humorous. What's so goddamn funny? Oh, my apologies. You were just so very confident. I couldn't help myself. What the fuck? I think you're mistaken the situation. Huh? The ninth man's death. It had nothing to do with a trap. Or at least not of the sort of trap that you'd imagine it did. Then? He broke one of Zero's rules. That was why he died. Kind of simple if you think about it. Huh? You still don't? Alright. How about you take a moment and think back to what Zero had said? Specifically, what did he say about the number of people? He said only 3 to 5 people can pass through one numbered door. Right? And after that, you've forgotten the relevant part? What did Zero say? Santa furrowed his brow in thought. Junpei thought back. Zero said, that everyone who'd verified had to go. All those who entered must leave, and all who enter must contribute. Right? I think it was something like that. Whatever it was, it means that groups of less than 3 or more than 5 can't go through. That's correct. Gold star for you, Junpei. Snake inclined his head toward Junpei. The ninth man, however, broke that rule. He tried to pass through a numbered door by himself. That was why he was executed. Then Zero's watching us from somewhere, making sure we don't break any rules. Oh, I'm not so sure of that. Why not? Because this execution system is entirely automatic. Didn't you notice? Oh yeah, Dark Cloud 2 did come out to PS4 today. He has like, that's like a PS Plus discount, sort of. There's no need for him to monitor us. What do you mean? What do you mean? Snake looked at Seven with what could only be described as pity and sighed. Very well. I see it must be me who tells you. I waited long enough, I suppose. I had hoped Zero might spare me the trouble, but it seems increasingly unlikely. He couldn't see them, of course, but perhaps Snake could sense the confused eyes upon him. When Ace spoke, he gave words to everyone else's thoughts. Do you know something? Well, I know a great many things, but yes. What is it you know? Here. Snake removed a card from the pocket of his jacket. With a flourish, he presented it to Ace, who took a close look at it and spoke. Come on now, what's the point of giving me this? Give me that. Santa snatched the card from Ace. His expression of disgust quickly turned to one of confusion. Huh? What the hell is this? Seven tugged it out of Santa's hands. I see. card went from 7 to Lotus, from Lotus to June, finally to Junpei. He looked at it and understood. This is Braille. I like how they all didn't say anything. Ace could just simply said, "Oh, it's Braille," or even fucking Snake himself could have said, "Oh, this card is Braille," and it has like a lot of stuff on it that it wasn't said to you guys. Whatever, I don't know. Braille, the written language of the blind. The card was covered with small embossed bumps. Junpei could recognize it, but he certainly couldn't read it. Sorry guys, I can't read this. Junpei handed the card back to Snake, who nodded at him with a small smirk. Okay, that was fun. What's so important about that card? I found it in my pocket. I could only assume it was a message from Zero. From Zero? A message? What does it say? Suddenly, everyone was crowded around Snake, desperate to hear what the message said. Santa especially looked as if he were about to grab hold of Snake and shake the answers from him. Hey, Bombi. Best game ever. Is it? Snake raised his hand. Calm down now. No need to panic. You don't need to force me. I'll read it. Junpei swallowed hard and waited for him to start. He was not the only one. Presently, Snake had begun to read. Or presently. Yeah, presently? Snake began to read, his voice calm. How's it going, Bombi? His fingers glided over the tiny bumps as he spoke. Oh, this is not my first playthrough. I'm playing this the first time on stream, but I've played this like all the way through, like all routes twice before. Twice, maybe 3 times, yeah. Bracelet number 2. Since you are not blessed with sight, I shall bless you, and only you, with information. I shall tell you the function of the red, of the dead, and of the bracelets. The red is the recognition device. It will verify your number. Beside every numbered door, you'll find a red. The dead is a deactivation device. It is exactly what it says. You only play the second game, children? What? Once you have passed through the numbered door, you must use the dead to stop the detonator in your bracelets. But perhaps you are wondering, what did this detonator detonate? I'm afraid this may be something of a surprise. I placed a small bomb inside of you, and the people whom you're about to meet, you swallowed it while you were unconscious. I have no doubt that by the time you read this note, the bomb will have passed your stomach and found its way into your small intestine. In other words, you'll be unable to regurgitate it. I suggest you do not try. As I mentioned before, the bracelet on your left hand contains a detonator. Think of it as a remote fuse or a timer for the bomb in your body. There's only one condition which it will cause it to detonate. Hey! Are you done? Sorry, my dog's licking the bowl of like my with my chili. It was like, so he's like trying to get like all the chili stuff. It's weird. There's only condition which will cause it to detonate. That condition is that you enter a numbered door. Once you have done so, the timer will activate no matter who you may be. You will have 81 seconds. Hey, welcome back, Luna. If after that time the detonator has not been deactivated, it will send a signal to the bomb in your body, instructing it to explode. In order to deactivate the detonator, every person who verified their number at the red must also verify their numbers at the dead. Once all numbers have been verified by the dead, you only need to pull the lever at its side, and the countdown will cease. Anyone who does not verify their number at the red will find themselves unable to verify their number at the dead. That is to say, if you should pass through the number door without first verifying your number at the red, in 81 seconds, you will be dead. You must also keep in mind that the number doors will close automatically after 9 seconds have passed. So long as the door is open, then the dead will not function. You will do well to remember this. Lastly, let's discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1, you escape from the ship. 2, your heart rate reaches 0. These instructions are confusing as fuck. I mean, yeah, I guess so, because you're just barely... Like, if you're like a first-time player, I guess, but... For me, I already know. Basically, you just... At the red is like the starting point, the starting devices. And you gotta go in when the door is open. Door shuts after 9 seconds, and you have like 81 seconds to get to the other device to deactivate the so-called bombs and stuff. But yeah. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship or detects that the wearer's heartbeats have spawned to 0, it will automatically shut down. Or flip those words around. There is no other way to remove your bracelets. If you attempt to force it off or disable the detonator, the bomb within you will immediately explode. This is all the information which I can impart to you. How you choose to use it is for you to decide. If used wisely, you can eliminate those who might be a danger to you. For a time, you would be able to control your fates. I wish you the best of luck. Whew. Snake finished reading and carefully returned the card to his pockets. The message had been lengthy, but its meaning was clear. Only those who verified their numbers at the red could pass through the numbered doors. Teams cannot increase or decrease their numbers. The reds, deads, and bracelets enforced the rules. They were judge, jury, and executioner. In defiance of Zero's suggestions, both Santa and Seven put fingers down their throats and began to gag. The wrists stiffened. Some touched their stomachs. Some simply stared at their bracelets. Junpei gingerly touched his stomach. There was a bomb inside his body. The thought of it made him queasy. His stomach felt oddly hollow, and his legs were weak. Why had Zero designed such a ludicrous game? Junpei looked over at the others. Alright, I'm gonna ask one more time. Do any of you know anything about Zero? They were all silent, each person waiting to hear what the others would say. Finally, Santa spoke. Actually, I saw him. I saw Zero when I got grabbed. I didn't see his face, though. Son of a bitch was wearing some kind of gas mask. What the hell? Come on, guys, give me something. You know, like a surprise or something? Instead, it was Santa who looked surprised. There was a moment of silence, and then everyone spoke at once. Yeah, I saw him too. Me too. He was wearing a gas mask. As stories were sorted out, the truth became clear. All their stories were the same. They had been abducted at home at midnight. The person claiming to be Zero had worn a mask. There had been white smoke, and then each person had passed out. When they awoke, they had found themselves on D-deck in a room with a 3-leveled bunk bed. Only 7 stories seemed to lack the details of the others. Oh. Me? Yeah, well, mine was just like the rest of yours. That was all he had said. It had occurred to Junpei at the time that it sounded somewhat strange, but he didn't press the issue. He hadn't done so, because there was something that struck him even stranger. That was the mystery of the relationship between Snake and Clover. For some reason, they had been abducted from the same room and woken up in the same room. Why is she blushing? Junpei looked at him, thoughtfully. So what's the deal with the two of you anyway? It was Clover that answered. Clearly, she felt she had nothing to hide. We're siblings. Siblings? Yes. Snake is my older brother, obviously. That means I'm his little sister. That really so hard to understand? Junpei was taken aback. The others seemed just as surprised. She's correct, of course. He laid his hand on Clover's shoulder. Are you surprised? Well, yeah, but why? There are other people here with connections to one another. Those two, for instance. Snake pointed at Junpei and June. How would he know where we were? Or where June was, at least. Maybe. Oh, you mean between Jumpy and me? Ah, yes. You did say you were childhood friends, didn't you? You went to school together? Yeah. Junpei glanced at Junpei. Or no, wait, what? No. June glanced at Junpei, uncomfortable with the sudden attention. Junpei felt somewhat nervous as well, and tried to scratch his head as casually as possible. Hey, you think maybe we could figure out who Zero is on this... who Zero is this way? Yeah, you're right. You connect the dots between the victims, and that leads you to the perp. Textbook. Stuff. Junpei. June. Does any of this ring a bell? Ring a bell? Yeah. They looked to one another. And like it was staged, they both tilted their neck at the same time. Well, perhaps he went to school with the son of a multimillionaire. Millionaire? Son? Well, someone who bought this boat and set up all of this. Whoever Zero is, they must be incredibly rich. Well, we can't be sure of that. To me, it seems as though it's the work of an organization, not an individual. Zero is most likely simply the representative of a larger group. What sort of organization? It could be a number of things. An army, perhaps. A research group. Perhaps this is all some sort of psychological experiment. If it is, then it's a pretty fucked up experiment. I mean, come on. A guy is dead. The word dead hung in the air, heavy and ominous. Yeah, they're actually on a ship. Guess I don't know why they call it a boat. Nope. The room went quiet again. I don't know who the hell this Zero asshole is, but I know for sure he's gotta be pretty fucked up in the head to do all this. If this is all one guy, he's got some serious issues. Even with the specter of death hanging over them, their discussions continued for some time. In the end, however, they learned nothing. Again, they could have been progressing the shit. By the time they finished, 1.5 of their 9 hours were gone. All they had to show for it was impatience. Oh, right. Right. I already forgotten. Man. Look, we only got 7.5 hours left. Hey. Really sure you want to just sit around? No one was willing to argue this time. Very well then. There was only one way for us to proceed. Sure not gonna be fun running around knowing we gotta jump when Zero says. Jump. Well, it's stupid to just sit around here doing nothing. Thanks to Snake's card, at least we have some idea of how all this works. Or this all works. Correct. And so long as we follow the rules, we should... we will most likely be... alright. But what? Who's gonna go in which door? June looked toward the numbered doors. Oh yeah, that's right. We can't have any more than 5 people in one door. All 8 of us can't go through the same door. Then it would seem we'll have to split up. I've played this before. I've already. It's my first time playing it on stream, but I have indeed played this before. This and the Virtue's Last Reward. Wait! Lotus looked terrified. I'm telling you now! There's no way in hell I'm gonna go into door number 5. Come now, don't be selfish. Tell me whatever the hell you want, I'm not going in there. If I'm gonna have to walk all through that blood, I'd rather stay here. Jeez. Sigh. And we were doing so well. Ace shook his head sadly. Sorry, but I ain't going in there either. Someone else can go into door 5. Oh, Santa, not you too. Hey man, I just bought these shoes. Oh, I'm not voice acting. Initially, I was only gonna do the narration, but you know, I don't know. I might switch back and forth. You got another think coming. That was the last straw. What the hell, man? Aren't you the one who kept saying we should get going? Yeah, so? Doesn't mean I want to go into door 5. Oh god. There was an awkward silence. Finally, someone spoke. Fine. I'll go into door 5. I can't go in there alone, though. Anyone else planning to come with me? There was another long silence. This time, Snake was the one to break it. I'll go. What? Don't worry, you'll be fine. We've made part now, but I'm certain we'll meet again later. How do you know that? Because I do. That's not an answer. If you're going, I'm going too. I'm going to door 5. What am I gonna do with you? There's nothing you have to do. Ace stepped forward. If I join you, the problem is solved, correct? Why sad face? You don't be sad. 7 is 7, Snake is 2. And if you add Clover's 4 and my 1, the digit roots will be 5. 7 plus 2 plus 4 plus 1 equals 14. 1 plus 4 equals 5. Oh, it works perfectly. The 4 of us can go into door 5. Wait. What about the other 4? What's their digit root gonna be? Junpei did a quick mental calculation. Lotus, Santa, June, and Junpei remained. The bracelet numbers were 8, 3, 6, and 5. 8, 3, 6, and 5. What would their digital root be? That'd be 4. Before, yeah? Boom. That's true, someone does have to go into door 5. He created what he determined. 4. Add up our 4 bracelet numbers, and the digital roots is 4. Then we go to door 4. Yep. That worked out well. Junpei ran over the team in silence in his head one more time. I mean, cause they have to split up. And there's only 2 doors. So, like, only, yeah. They're talking about who's gonna go into door 5 and who's gonna go into door 4. So, like, what is it? So Ace, Santa, or Ace, 7, Clover, and Snake are gonna go into door 5, and the rest door 4. Yeah, there's not. Yeah, there's in this area. The number doors are only two of them, 4 and 5. 4 people will go into door 5, 7, Snake, Clover, and Ace. Yeah. 4 people will go into door 4. Lotus, Santa, June, and Junpei. Junpei had to ask himself if the teams were what he really wanted. Beyond door 5 was what remained of the 9th man. He never wanted to see that thing again, but something in him said it would be unwise not to examine the corpse, even a little closer. Of course, if he went to door 5, he wouldn't be going with Lotus and Santa. True. It would be possible for him to bring June with him through door 5. That would mean she would have to see the horrific carnage that waited there. Junpei didn't want that. Junpei was torn. Should he stay silent and go through door 4? Or should he stop them all and insist on door 5? As he turned his options over and over in his mind, Ace spoke up. Alright then. It seems we reached a conclusion. Shall we go? They began to walk toward door 5. Clover and Snake followed, with 7 a short distance behind. Junpei, which door do you want to go through? So I can choose which door to go through. Oops, sorry. My soda can just popped. So we can just go, like, I guess like where they're pushing you to go, which is door 4, or we can just say no, fuck that, and go to door 5 and switch up the groups. But door 5. Well, I'll be back. I'm gonna take my dog out to pee and then get myself some water, and I shall return shortly, hopefully. So yeah, be right back. Stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas. The moon is especially luminous tonight. Okay, so I got... Hey, Unagi dude. Welcome. So that's like two for door 5s, and then 1 for 4. I mean, so are we all gonna go into door 5 then? Why are you guys triggered? Door 5.5. You count as 3. So that's Bonnie, Luna, Jake, I guess. Phil, Trojan Man, 5. Alright. Well, the people have spoken. And so, we're gonna go through door 5. Boom. Hey, wait! Junpei's cry echoed across the room. The 4 people walking toward the door stopped and turned back toward him. I want to go through door 5 too. You change your vote. Too late! Even if you change your vote to 4, it would still be a 5. The words were scarcely out of his mouth when June spoke up. What? What are you saying, Jumpy? If you're going through that door, then I'm going with you. He turned around to look at her. No, you can't. I can't take you with me. Why? Oh. Philippe. Phil's depute. Wait, hold on. Well, you know what's in there, don't you? Are you sure you want to see that? June opened her mouth as if to say something, but instead closed it again and looked at the floor. Fizz? I thought it was like Fee. Fizz. Fizz depute. He stayed calmly. Junpei felt an ache in his chest uttered clear distress, but the choice was not his to make. There was nothing else he could do. Junpei turned away from June, doing his best to silence his turbulent emotions. Please, let me go to door 5. Biz. This? For fuck's sakes, yes. Don't mind me as I am gonna eat this last ultimate chocolate chunk cookie. Seven scratched his head and looked at the young man. Man. Now we're right back where we started. You know that? Junpei's bracelet is number 5, right? If we are going to ask Junpei, then we must have got 5 from the rest of us. Let's print it Ace. Ace, please. Take good care of Clover. Oh, alright. That's fine. 1 + 4 = 5. Don't go away. Neither from the Clover. Go to door 4 with the others. No! No! Don't be so selfish. Snake's tone was harsh. Tears welled up in Clover's eyes. She bit her lip and did her best to fight them off. Snake's expression softened, and he put his arms around Clover. He held her close and whispered in her ear, "You'll be fine. Just relax." That sounds kind of creepy. It looked as though he whispered 2 or 3 more words. But whatever they were, Junpei didn't hear them. You act like I'm trying to act. I'm not fucking trying to act. I'm going up to wonder what the other man had said. Snake pulled back from his sister, his eyes kind of inquiring. "Okay, I understand." Her voice was barely audible from where Junpei stood. Before long, new teams were assembled. Those going to door 5, 7, Snake, and Junpei. 7 plus 5 plus 5. Wait, 7 plus 2 plus 5 equals 14. 1 plus 4 equals 5. Those going to door 4, Lotus, Santa, June, Ace, and Clover. 8 plus 3 plus 6 plus 1 plus 4 equals 22. 2 plus 2 equals 4. Seven, Snake, and Junpei scanned their numbered bracelets in quick succession. The screen is red, so 3 asterisks. Alright then, let's go. Junpei glanced around one last time, his hand resting on the lever of the red. "Okay, please be careful." Concern was written plainly across her face. Junpei looked in her eye and gave what he had hoped was a reassuring nod. He pulled the lever. With a sharp clack of the lock releasing, the door swung open. Ahead of them, in the alleyway, were the pitiful remains of the 9th man. Clammy ghost. For a moment, Junpei froze. Try as he might, his eyes would not leave the corpse, and his feet would not leave the floor. 7 too seemed paralyzed. Stuffed screws. That sounds dirty. Snake, on the other hand, seemed unconcerned. He walked calmly down the bloody hallway, and only stopped when he realized his companions were not following. "Do you intend to kill me? I assume you haven't forgotten this door only remains open for 9 seconds, have you?" He hadn't even bothered to turn around. His head was, at most, slightly cocked toward one shoulder. Junpei and 7 looked at one another, nodded, and threw themselves through the door. As they did, a cool tone sounded from the left wrists of all 3 men. 7 and Junpei looked down at their bracelets. On both of them, and on Snake's, a red skull had flickered to life. "Oh, Kimp! Don't you SC rage me. Boy." God, shut up. Hew. The detonator had begun its countdown. They had scarcely processed this information when... Uh-oh. No. With a metallic slam, the numbered door behind them swung shut. Dobie, what? Hey, Kimp. How was your Great Axe runs going? Oh yeah, how was that? What was behind number 5? the remains of number 9, the ninth man. You're hungry? I just... Well, if you had come in, like, a minute earlier, you would have heard me eat some food. Because I just ate the last of my cookies. Unless I could find the device that would deactivate the detonators on the wrists, they would not be leaving the hallway. Hey! Where's the dead? The fear and urgency in Seven's face reflected on what all three of them felt. Junpei swung around, or spun around, searching desperately for the dead. He found it easily enough. It was on the wall, next to the closed door labeled 5. Found it! Right here! As he yelled, he struck the scanner with his hand. The other two scrambled to follow suit. Oop. Sorry, that was my bottle. Wait. As soon as they finished, Snake threw the lever down. How do you look when he died? They didn't actually show the remains, but they described it. Like when they showed the scene, it was just all blood. They described like his entrails are all out. His like half of his face was crushed. The other half was like covered in blood. And they said that his ribs were sticking out like a mangled crab, some shit. Oh yeah, but yeah, it was explained that everyone had they were like forced to swallow like little like I guess bombs, but they didn't really know about it until like later on. But yeah, it's already like they found out that I guess the bombs by now would be in their lower intestine, so they couldn't like they couldn't throw it back up. So you know. Phew. Well, it looks like it stopped. As he spoke, Junpei wiped the sweat from his forehead with a trembling hand. Oh no, Merce Kemp followed you back. Get out of here, Kemp. Goddamn thing's gonna give me a heart attack. A muscle stood out in Seven's neck, and the corners of his mouth were twitching. Jumpy, are you alright? You guys okay? They could hear the anxious voices, muffled but distinct, from the other side of the door. Yeah, we're fine. The detonators have been deactivated. They heard relieved sighs, and even through the door, the three men could feel the tension disperse. Alright, we're moving on. Be careful, okay? Okay. Thing. Alright then, Kim. Can't tell you what to do! They heard footsteps moving away, and before long, they were alone again. Junpei looked around. The hallway hit a dead end 20 or 30 feet from where they stood. A thick iron wall blocked their way. Try as they might to force it, the wall refused to move. To the left, however, was a wooden door that looked positively inviting by comparison. In the middle of it was a plaque that read "First Class." It's been first class. First class cabin, huh? Well, it seems like it. Let's have a look then, shall we? Oh. Please. Without hesitation, Snake opened the door and stepped inside. Seven followed closely behind him. Junpei moved to follow them as well, but he stopped, just short of the threshold, and looked back, not knowing why. Lying in the small hallway was a man's body, or at least what was left of it. He tried hard to avoid looking at the grisly scene, but it just wouldn't leave his mind. What had once been a man's internal organs now looked so much like vomit, as though something had chewed up and spit out the better part of his torso. It was hideous, but worse still, it was cruel. It was hard to believe that the thing on the floor had once been human. A black pool of thick blood. The lumps of glistening flesh spread across the floor. The awkward, twisted tangle of shredded intestines. Yes, it was necessary. The head wrenched to some grotesque, unnatural position. The man's glasses lay next to his head. The lenses were cracked, and the frame bent and distorted. Next to the glasses lay bracelets, the number 9 still displayed on its face. Lastly, let us discuss on how to remove the bracelets. Kemp. Ugh, they're gross. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1, you escape from the ship. He was number 9. 6 is June. 2, your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship, or detects that its wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will automatically shut down. Kurg! Suddenly, Junpei felt his stomach convulse, and a knot of muscle gripped his throat. He clapped his hands over his mouth, and ran to the first-class cabin. Well, it was flipped. I watched clear that had 600. Was it flipped? I don't remember. Anyways, the atmosphere changed immediately. The room was gorgeous, and despite the apparent age of the ship, none the worse for wear. He looked around. Seven and Snake were nowhere to be seen. There were 2 doors on the right side of the room. He opened the one on his right and went through. On the other side of the door was a short hallway. He jogged down the hallway, opened the door at the other end, and peeked through. Yeah, it's a pretty nice cabin. There they were, to his right, busy examining something. He stepped through the door and walked toward them. What's up? Check this out. Found this thing here on the door. The red light's on. Does that mean it's... I would assume so. Is there any other way out? We looked around a little. Other than this door, we didn't find anything. So you're telling me that unless we can open this door... Why are you having all the gasms, Jake? That's kind of weird. Yes, we won't be going anywhere. Junpei stepped away from the door and looked around the room. The room they were in looked like a bedroom. He figured the room he had originally entered was the living room or whatever passed for one on a ship. Or, okay. I'll try not to. Alright, let's find a way to open this door. Come on, guys. Think a way out. This music's kind of nice. Yeah, this music's pretty chill. Yeah, so we're gonna look at this. Just like last time. The cabin we're in. I see. This feels like glass. The rectangular plate of glass. Is there something written on the surface? Yeah, it's a sheet of music with a couple of A notes. Just A's? Yeah, that's it. Kinda weird, huh? Yeah, it is kinda weird. It took Junpei by surprise. Snake, usually so calm and collected, suddenly began to move. A minute, please. Can I go directly to the answer here? No. I don't think it does, because you need... Well, I'm not gonna say, but you know. So you found... Was I? Prove it. He stared about the room almost frantically, clearly looking for something. No, Junpei thought, not staring. After all, he's blind. Blind or not, Snake was clearly attempting to do something. At last, Junpei could no longer contain his curiosity. What are you doing? Snake waited a moment before answering. I heard something strange. Something strange? Ah well, never mind. There doesn't seem to be anything suspicious. I don't wish to toot my own horn, but my auditory senses are considerably more advanced than those of most humans. Oh, Chernokiz? That's so good. I notice even the slightest of noises. Right. Are you gonna tell me you can hear a needle drop from a mile away? Ha! No. Such a thing would be impossible. However, by listening to the sound of footsteps and breathing, as well as the sound of echoing off the environment, I can locate most objects. Oh yeah, that's right. The clover fell on the big staircase a little while ago. You're at her side. Immediately. So that was... Yes. I could hear it happening. In fact, I can run quite fast. Certainly as fast as... And should someone attempt to start a fight with me, I'm quite confident that I could defeat them. Junpei was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. He stared at Snake, skeptical. You don't believe me, do you? Gotta give me a try? I must warn you, you'll no doubt regret it. Well, I suppose that's enough playing around. Let's resume our search, shall we? With a small, self-satisfied smile, Snake turned and walked away from Junpei. Alright, so... I'm gonna try this. What's this? This isn't a score. This is a map of the ship? A map? There's a map of the ship here? Yeah. And imagine it'll prove very helpful. You'd best hold on to it, Junpei. Okay. It is now possible to use the map screen. Map screen. The map screen can only be viewed during the story sections. It is entirely different in function from the bird's eye viewed mode. While on the map screen, you can examine a map of the ship's floor plan, which you will acquire over the course of the story. Touch the menu to open the menu. If you touch the map on the menu, you will be taken to the map screen. While there, you can scroll around the floor plan with the control pad or the stylus. Touching the green parts of the floor plan will allow you to see the bird's eye view for that room. Piano keyboard. What is Snake doing? He can't play, can he? This piano. There's something amiss with the keys. Maybe it's out of tune or something? No, not that. It's properly tuned, but just... Well, the sounds are clearly purposefully different. The C key doesn't yield a C, but rather a different note entirely. The same goes for the D keys. They'll play some other note. Huh, why do you think it's like that? Isn't it painfully obvious? Zero modified it in some way. This piano, you see? That's part one of the puzzles Zero has set for us. Perhaps if we play the keys in the correct order, something will happen. In other words, we need to play a song on the piano. I believe so. Music stand. Well, might as well put this glass plate on it. Oh, There's something wrong. Kinda hard to see notes. Maybe if I put something under them. Background for the notes. I guess. Totally a table with a mirror. A vanity, yep. Self-love, conceit, and narcissism. Sad. That's kind of deep. Too deep for you. Let's look in here. The safe is locked. It's one of those dial locks. Doesn't have a key. We just need to get the dials in the right place and it'll open. Find anything, 7. Nope. Not you, Snake. I also found nothing. Open this? Hey. Ah. What's the C plate? So we got A and C. There's a case. Nothing inside, okay. How cool. You can go in here, maybe? The bathtub is full of water. Is there ash or something in this water? Looks kind of gray. Let's just pull the plug. No, hold on. Oh. Maybe we can, I don't know, use it for something? Use it for something. I mean, I guess. Things clean. Alright, let's go in here, I guess. The heavy piece of paper that's been folded in half. It has schoolwork written on the front of it. It's gotta be a musical score, apparently. If that's true, then the score we just found was probably in here. At least at some point. Antique desk. Oh yeah, that's true. There's an iron grate in front of the fireplace. There's something behind it. Huh? There's something in the back. Let's see if I can reach it. Just a little. God damn it, that's hot. Not real smart, are you? Apparently not. Come on, of course it's gonna be hot. It's a fire. Even a monkey knows it shouldn't stick its hand in fire. Huh. Huh. Yeah, whatever. The couch looks big enough for 3 people. Looks perfect for me. What? Perfect for an elegant gentleman like myself. The couch looks a lot more elegant. Jeez. Hey, there's something you aren't saying. Never mind. I get it, you're gonna use this face, huh? It's pretty clever, Junpei. Gotta fill this thing with water. Alright, we got that. What's in here? Ooh, another thingy. G-plates. Suitcase made of leather, the color rich mahogany. Oops. Oh yeah, I guess I have to stretch it. See right through it. Yep. A couple of G notes written on it. Looks like a vase. Maybe we can use that. Maybe. Just maybe. It's over here. Did we go in here? Oh. What? There's some toilet paper on the wall there. Nothing looks suspicious. It's toilets. This is to be anything in the toilet or in the tank. Bathtub's full of gross, cloudy water. Alright. Shouldn't be too hard. Pull his face up. Ugh, gross. Okay, let's go here. Let's see if we can use it here. Oh. Okay, well, maybe not. Alright then. Let's just douse this fire. About time, buddy. Let's do it. Here we go. Ha ha ha! Good job. Another success. That fire didn't stand a chance. Alright, I'll just pull this out now. Don't want to get burned, so let's pull down the sleeves. Or pull up the sleeves. It's a ceramic plate of some kind. It looks like a blank sheet of music. Uh-oh. As Junpei tucked the plate into his pocket, 7 cried out and stumbled, his balance lost. He threw it out of hand and caught the wall in time to steady himself and avoid the floor, but his face was flushed and he looked startled. Hey 7, what the hell was that? Are you alright? Yeah, I'm fine. I just felt a little dizzy, that's all. Seven rubbed a couple of fingers across his brow, and then shook his head as if to clear it. What the hell is wrong with me? First memory loss? Now I'm getting dizzy for no reason? Memory loss? Junpei couldn't hide the surprise in his voice. Seven, for the most part, seemed unconcerned. Right, guess I haven't told you, have I? Told the rest of them, but that must have been before you showed up. Well, the long and short of it is that I don't remember Jack from before I woke up here. Didn't realize I hadn't told you. Whoa, wait a minute. We're talking about amnesia, right? Yeah, I guess so. Well, why are you an amnesiac? What happened to you? If I knew that, I wouldn't really be one, would I? Oh yeah, I guess that's true. Junpei paused for a moment and stared at Seven. Are you telling me the truth? Huh? Well, you look pretty calm for someone who doesn't remember anything. If you really got amnesia, shouldn't it be, like, upset or confused or something? Well, sure, I mean, I was pretty confused when I woke up down in D-Deck. But that was a while ago. I had some time to get used to it. After a while, I figured it wasn't worth the trouble of worrying about it. After all, why worry about something I can't change? Well, people usually don't stay amnesiacs forever. I figure it'll work itself out eventually. That's it? That's it. Alright, that's enough talking for now. Let's get back to work. I forgot to be confused, exactly. Seven gave Junpei a look the younger man wasn't sure how to interpret, and turned to walk away. Somehow, though, Junpei didn't find his reassurances very reassuring. Alright, I think... Where are you going? Don't we come out of that door? More number doors and a dead body. Oh, that's right, okay. Okay, so go in here. Oh yeah, I can pull this now. Alright, why don't we just drain this water? Yeah, good plan. Alright, where's that thing? Good tug ought to be enough to get it out. Huh? Hey. Get a D-plate. Okay, where's the... Oh, there. Okay, here we go. Alright, got it. Sweet. I can play the music. Junpei, would you be so kind to play the piano? I am unable to, see? I'm sure I need to tell you, but the keys on this piano are not what you might expect them to be. C won't be C, and D won't be D, and so forth. You must listen carefully to determine which keys to strike. You understand? Yeah. Alright, let's give this a shot. Wait, hold on. Okay, so black keys are out. Wait, so 3, 4. 3, 4, 5. Oh man, shit. Hey, got it. No, it's... Perfect. And we're done. Music is not my forte. Wait, what was that noise? Junpei, we did it. Looks like it worked. I heard something unlocked over by the exit. Let's go. Good plan. Stand. Bow. Be seated. Well, I guess he hasn't forgotten that. At least Snake thinks it's funny. Ha ha ha. Yes, I suppose that was the classroom bell, wasn't it? In Japan, maybe. Shit. I don't imagine that's what Zero was thinking of, however. No. Zero almost certainly meant to suggest Westminster, not middle school. Westminster. The palace in London that plays host these days to the Houses of Parliament. You've heard of Big Ben, the famous clock tower, yes? Big Ben plays that very collection of notes on the hour. London. The capital of England, huh? At any rate, the door is now unlocked. Let's leave this place immediately. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Oops. It's a bit. Don't know that it's real important, though. Alright, let's go. Oh. That sounds kind of funky. Kind of a funky Cold Medina. Hey, he came out of the door and into a long, straight hallway. He paused for a moment and turned around to look behind him. Your body, sorry. Yeah, my body's been fucking sore since yesterday. Like, gross. All over. Seven was bent over, apparently doing something to the door. What's he up to? Junpei spoke more or less to himself, but apparently Seven had heard anyway. The larger man stood up and turned to Junpei. I was just putting one of those plates in here. In there. You ought to keep the door from locking again. Now we can come back here anytime we want, right? Ah, why would you want to come back here? Close. Snake was an unreasonable one. Seven thought about it for a moment, but he can't before he answered. Oh, my body's sore because 2 days ago I did some like cleaning. I cleaned the bathroom and I was like just like bent over, like I don't know. Did a lot of cleaning in the house. And so, but eventually I had to stop like after cleaning the bathroom because I was using like the all-purpose bleach spray, like in the like on the tub and the tile walls, and I was cleaning it, like bending over and like scrubbing, and like the fumes and like the blood rushing, maybe all like nauseated and gross. But yeah. Okay. Might like to play a little piano, really. Yeah, right, Seven. Alright, let's get going. Alright, we aren't out of this yet. Without waiting for an answer, Seven started off down the hallway. Snake shrugged, sighed, and quietly followed Seven. That's close. That's a lie, Junpei thought to himself. He had difficulty enough believing Seven could play the piano. But even if he could, the piano they just left was largely useless. The keyboard completely scrambled. If Seven wanted to come back, it was unlikely he intended to do so in order to play the piano. But if that was the case, why would he want to leave the door unlocked? Junpei frowned, took one last look at the door, and then walked away toward his companions. After some time in the hallway, they emerged into a larger, more open area. Ooh. A large metal grate, like the door of a jail, divided in half. They shook it for a while, but as they had expected, it did not move. Behind the grates were 2 elevators. From so far away, however, It was difficult to tell if they were still operating. On the left side of the grate was the door. Unfortunately, however, it was locked and refused to open. Junpei took a moment to examine the left side of the room. Next to the wall was a set of stairs leading downward. Standing guard at the top of the hallway was a large iron gate. Foreboding as it was, the gate seemed to be the sorts that could be opened, like the metal grate that bisected the room. With luck, Junpei hoped he might be able to get it open. A female symbol. He wasn't quite sure to make of it. Snake, naturally, was somewhat more sure. Ah, the Venus symbol, I imagine. Do you recall the similar symbols near the large central stairway? They referenced many of the solar bodies. Sun, Saturn, Oif, the Earth. So, as you can see, that one is likely not the woman symbol, but a Venus symbol. So I assume. While they had been discussing the symbols, Junpei now realized 7 had slipped away. His absence now felt. Snake and Junpei turned to look for the missing companion. There. 7 had left him to head down the hallway extending to the right of the stairs. Junpei grabbed Snake and to lead him in the right direction, and they both headed off after 7. Before long, the 3 of them stood in front of the door. It was a French door. Junpei tested the doors and realized that unlike so many others that they had encountered, it was unlocked. Almost as though he was afraid it would suddenly lock itself, Junpei threw the door open. Thanks for those, Zio. He stepped inside. How's it going, Zio? It took only moments for Junpei to take in his new surroundings. Is it some kind of casino? Sure looks like one. Before Junpei could comment further... Before Junpei could comment further, a noise from behind made him turn around. Snake was shaking the door that had just come through. As 7 and Junpei watched, he threw up his hands in frustration and then kicked the door for good measure. It looked as though they were once again locked in. There was no reason to panic, however. I mean, I'd have to do it manually because it's on a timer thing, I think. Oops. Why did I... Oop, Discord, get out of here. I can do it manually. We got this.
It's Leviosa. Leviosa. Stop.
Sorry, I had to do that. Can I have this? This, of course. And the longest one. Wait, get ready for it. Because it's kind of great. Hey, Sui. It's been quite a long. It's been many months since I last enabled the sound effects. So yeah. I still haven't seen Steins Gate. He was in here. Yeah, Altex was in here earlier. Hola. Hola, ¿cómo está? Yes. Yes, Trojan? Why you OMG me? You gotta oh my dog instead. Okay. There was no reason to panic, however. Even if the door had been left open, there's nowhere for them to go back there. They would have had to find another way out. Alright guys, let's split up and search this room. Come on. No dawdling. Let's go. Quickly now. Spurred to action by Seven's words, Junpei and Snake began to examine the room. Oh. Bing, 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 bong. Alright, let's do this quick like. Card 5, let's search it. The 5 of spades. Good to know. Go over here. What's this? Junpei, I found this on the counter. It feels like a playing card. The 7 of spades. That all checks out. Hey Junpei, I found this on the shelf. A playing card. The 4 of spades. Again, checks out. Check out that stained glass. How beautiful. What? Huh? Stained glass is colored pieces of glass placed together in a frame. As I said many times before, I need only touch it to know. I can at least discern the basic structure. This one's the worst one in the game. It's not. I don't think it's that bad. There's. Hey, at least in this, at least there aren't any rooms, except for like I guess the final rooms. I think you'll know that is not as hard as that one freaking room in Rich's Last Ward. Yeah, that one was stupid. IJ Phoenix, right? Yeah, it's kind of visual novel. Yeah, well, it is a visual novel. Yeah, I'm playing this on the DS emulator because I do own this game, but I don't have the means to actually, you know, capture my 3DS. Because apparently I hear that like having like a modded 3DS is like it's like $600, and it takes like 3 months to like half a year in order for it to ship out. And I don't have the money nor the time and patience for that shit. So here we go. They were less good but not terrible. Do you come on? I think they were more difficult. Well, sort of. Well, the cube room. Well, it's not a cube, but it's like a square room, but it's white. That fucking room. Hate it. What's this? The 3 spades. Checks out. Suddenly, 7 began to speak. Ah, Baccarat. Ever played it, Junpei? Junpei shook his head. He barely even heard of the game. Right, Spawny? Right? I know! It's so cold in your room. Aw. Hands are frozen. Oh, cover yourself. Wear mittens. Lose an arm and a leg. Yeah, that's freaking nuts. Alright then, how about I explain the rules to you a bit. See, Baccarat is kind of an unusual game. You got the banker and the player, and the whole point is that you guess which one's gonna win. Whether the banker or the player wins all depends on their hands. The way each hand works is different from the other games too. So you take the number from the ones place after... Wait, hold on. See, you take the number from the ones place after you add up the value of all your cards. Whoever gets the number closest to 9 wins. If your number is smaller than your opponent's, you lose. And that's it. That's the explanation. You got it? I guess. Well, actually, there's a lot more to it. Strategy, details, that sort of stuff. What I just told you sums up the core game up pretty well. What do you want, dog? Want some attention? Alright. Come on, lay down. The single digit of the sum of all the cards you have. The strongest hand is a 9, and the weakest hand is a 0. You just ignore the number in the 10 spot. Do you get it? He hadn't been asked for it, but Seven's explanation rushed though it had been, was helpful. Although he had only half understood most of it, Junpei now felt as though he had some grasp of how victory was won in Baccarat. I like how he knows about Baccarat, but doesn't know shit about what happened to him. However, Junpei had no way of knowing if the puzzle on the Baccarat table in front of them made use of those rules, and if it did, in what way. No problem, he told himself. He would simply have to try everything he could think of. Feeling more confident, if only slightly, Junpei approached the Baccarat table. I could see the playing card behind the thick glass case. It is to eat the spades. Okay, so I guess we gotta make 8? Right? 7. I think there's a oh yeah, there's all this here that I could have looked through. Wait, so hold on. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, so. Am I stupid? I am stupid. So I got 7, 5, 4, 3. I think there is. I know there's like another card somewhere. I gotta look for it. I'll be back to this soon enough. Didn't think I'd find a card here. I got card 6. Wait. Hold on. Was that freaking clubs? No, it's spades. Okay. It looked weird. There's a weird looking thing floating there. Okay, so I guess we just do this. Wait! When those two lights turned on, I heard something from the bottom of the fireplace. What was that? I heard something down there. Okay. Go lay down. Lay down. Casino coin. There are a whole bunch of coins stuffed into this velour bag. Look at all these coins. Perhaps these coins will allow us to convince the machines to move. Yup. Alright, so I already know which one it is. It's this one. Alright, I think it's this one. Alright, let's put all the coins from that bag in here. Or, not all the coins, the coins. What happened? I heard an odd noise. Huh. Well, to be honest, I don't know. I pressed some of the buttons and smacked the machine once or twice, but nothing happened. Oh, looks like the coins got stuck. Oh dear. Oh yeah, this is the wrong one. Also, I forgot what it was. What was on here? Okay, so was it club, diamond, and heart? Yeah, it's number 2. Come on, you little bastards, I only need one of you. Okay, so club. Oh, spin roulette. Club. Diamond. Hot. Woohoo, I won. 777, yes, 777. And I think I hear something unlocking in there. Impressive, Junpei. Oh. Alright, Sui. Thanks for stopping by. Sheesh. Jackpot. But yeah, take care. Don't freeze. Okay, that sucks. And good night. Impressive, Junpei. It would appear to be unlocked now. There's something akin in a drawer in the bottom part of the machine, yes? That is a pickup drawer for a dividend. Probably the lock for the drawer got unlocked. Please open it if you would. Hey, what's this? What is it? Is there something in there? Yeah, a new emote. Yeah, a playing card. And this. A key with the Venus symbol on it. Hey, excellent, Junpei. Now we'll be able to open the gates. We just need to figure out how to get out of this room. Correct. Come on, Junpei, hurry up. And he's off. There was a playing card and a Venus key. Better put the key in my pocket for later. As for the card, it's a number 2 card. Oh yeah, the lighting fixtures. Okay, so there's also this thing here. It seems the card is attached to the panel, and it's attached very well. It seems. If you don't mind, what sort of card is this? The playing card. The Ace of Spades, in fact. Oh, okay, so we're gonna go back here then. Card table. It's an ace, yep. Three cards, we need to get the number, yeah. I gotta put down 3 cards to get 8. 3 cards here to defeat the opponent's 8. Oh. That's what I gotta do, I guess. Yep. Something tells me those 2 aren't the only rules. Alright. Before I start, I better make sure I've got the rules straight. There are 3 empty indentations. I just gotta pick a card and play it. If I figure if I put them in the right spot, something ought to happen. The Ace of Spades. Yeah. I forgot. I think it was something like... Yeah, okay, I got it. Pretty sure it's like this, this, and this. Yeah, that's what I remember. Alright, if I just put down these 3 cards. Yes! Open for me. Great. You did it, Junpei. You think it's telling us to take the 8 card? Come on, let's grab it. Yup. Alright, let's take this card. The 3 cards I put down are stuck to the table. They won't be going anywhere anytime soon. How are they stuck, really? So, go over here. Here's a card slot. It looks like we need to put a playing card in here. Alright, let's give it a shot. So, 8 and 1 equals 9. And in you go. Hey! Alright, it opened up. Since we have another device to contend with, yes? There are 3 slots in this one. I wonder what numbers we got. 9 here, but right below them. Yeah, so... this, and this. Alright, so I put all the cards we have left in the slots. What happens now? Is that... Yes! I did hear something from the exits. Excellent work, Junpei. Wonderful. It seems the exit is unlocked. Let's go. Alright, let's go. Oh god. You found it. Junpei and his companions ran out of the casino and into a large open room. A room, in fact, they had been once in before. There's little to surprise them there. They'd already knew what their next step had to be. The iron gate still stood in place, locked tight, blocking the stairway. In the center of the gate was a keyhole engraved with the Venus symbol. This time, however, Junpei had the Venus key in his pockets. Wasting no time, he pulled it out and shoved it into the keyhole. He turned it. With a distinctive sound of metal on metal, he felt the lock click open. Alright, let's get this thing open. No problem. Let me help with this one. Junpei grabbed the handle on the left side, and Seven took the handle on the right. On Junpei's signal, they both pushed, and the gate creaked open. It sounds as though as you opened it. We should be able to reach C-Deck now, I imagine. Snake, are you gonna be alright? I mean, the stairs. Please, do not do yourself the embarrassment of underestimating me. I would be unlikely to trip even if I were running backwards. Good to hear. Let's move. At Seven's words, they leapt onto the stairs and jogged quickly down them. That's all I could see. Yeah. And like from the other PC had like less than 20 added, so that's that minus 20. Yeah. No time at all, they found themselves on C-Deck. Junpei ran down the stairs a little farther in hopes of checking out the deck below. When he reached the water, he called back up to Snake and Seven. That's what I thought. C-Deck is completely underwater. It's like the bottom of the central staircase. The surface of the water below them was flat, like a mirror. That it had not changed too greatly since they last seen it was a great relief. Junpei quickly retraced the steps and headed back to C-Deck. In front of the stairs were a pair of elevators. They appeared to be identical to the ones from the upper floor. Between them, attached to the wall, was another card reader. And next to that was another strange symbol. Hey, check it out. It's a symbol for Lotus. What? See, it's got the woman symbol, and then it's got devil horns, right? Yeah, I see it. There's no two ways about it. That was a pretty good one, kid. Seven tousled Junpei's hair in what he likely thought to be a friendly manner. Junpei feared his neck might break, even though it was clear Seven had kept his strength in check. Thankfully, Snake interrupted. After Junpei's observation, he'd gone over to examine the card reader. This is a Mercury symbol. The marks you mistook for horns are a stylized version of the wings and staff of Hermes. Wings and a staff, huh? So she beats you with the staff until you die and go to heaven. Sounds like Lotus, alright. Ha 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 ha. Seven shook Junpei's head even more vigorously, and the younger man began to feel as though his brain was being jostled by about inside of his skull. There we go. He began to feel rather ill. Unless we can activate this device, I doubt this elevator will function. In other words, we gotta find a key card with a Mercury symbol on it. So I'd assume. They decided to leave the elevators alone for the time being and headed back to the stairs. The lift was another hallway. There were a great many doors lining both sides of the hallway. They seemed to stretch on forever, and all three men suddenly felt very small. Ah, shit. We're not gonna have enough time to check all these, are we? Maybe we can come back here later. Let's check out the other side. They turned around and went back to the way they came. To the right of the stairs, another hallway stretched out, reaching deep into the bowels of the ship. After a few moments of moving briskly down the hallway, they emerged into an area roughly the same size and shape as the one at the top of the stairs. On the left side of the room were 4 French doors. Well, let's open them up. Junpei nodded and grabbed the one closest to him. He gave it a small tug and felt it move. It was unlocked. Thrilled to have found another unlocked door, he threw it open. Junpei didn't know what to make of what he saw. He simply stood, unable to speak. Seven's eyes opened wide, and his mouth gaped. After a few long moments, Seven at last managed to speak. Hey. What is this place? A massive room stretched out in front of them, more a cavern than a room. Its vastness was oppressive, and it bore down on Seven and Junpei. It was not empty, however. The entire room was filled with lines upon lines of beds. They were simple things, little more than pipe and thin mattresses. Is this a hospital? They had at last been able to put a name to the harsh scent that pervaded the room. The room was full of the clean smell of antiseptic solution. In the center of the room were shelves stacked with medicine and a number of medical devices, the function of which Junpei did not know. More importantly, however, on the back wall of the room were 4 doors. 3 of them were emblazoned with large single-digit numbers, made thick with red paint. The door on the left was labeled 3. The second door from the left had no number, but the third had been given a 7. The door on the right bore an 8. There could be no doubt they were numbered doors. It did strike Junpei as strange, however, that the door between 3 and 7 should be blank. What, he wondered, could it mean? Let's take a look at those doors. Yeah, good idea. The 3 of them threaded their way through the beds toward the back of the room. Upon reaching them, they proceeded to investigate each door in turn, but to no avail. Yep, locked, just like I thought. Naturally. After all, there are rules to a nunnery game, and to allow these doors to open easily would violate those rules. Unless we can authenticate ourselves with the red, the number doors will... Whoa, check this out. Suddenly, Seven spoke up, interrupting Snake. Look at the red. There's nothing on it. Huh? Don't you remember the red back at the main staircase? If there wasn't anyone in it, it said vacant on the little screen, remember? Oh yeah. You're right. But this one... there's nothing. Right? You think it's broken? Only one way to find out. Junpei and the others put their hands on the panel, but nothing happened. The red refused to change. They tried pulling the lever, and still nothing. They soon discovered it wasn't the only red on door 8 that seemed to be functioning. Your face is vacant. Yes, it is, indeed. Occupado. The red on the door 7 and the red on door 3, none of them worked. What, they wondered, did it mean? They've got to be broken. Man, that bastard. I didn't think Zero was the kind of guy who'd screw around with something like this. Whoa, whoa. Zero's been prepared for everything so far. And you're saying he's gonna make a mistake now? Well, that's the only thing I can think of. This thing ain't working at all. While Junpei and Seven talked, Snake busied himself with examining the red. What? What do you mean by that, Jake? Explain it to me like I'm 3. What do you mean by that? After a time, he lowered his hands and spoke. It seems as if some of the internal hardware has been removed. Internal hardware? That's what I said. Take a look at the underside of this thread, if you please. Don't worry about it, okay, I won't. Junpei obliged and bent over to look at the underside of the device. A long, thin slit ran along the bottom of it. As he looked harder, he realized it was more of a slot than a slit, and that it was clearly meant to accommodate some manner of electrical device. The 2 other reds were the same. Something had clearly been removed from all 3 of them. Get it? So, shut up, Galactic. So the reds aren't working because someone pulled out their guts. So I assume. But. And who? I mean, it doesn't really make any sense. Or sense. Lubricated. Shut up. I have no idea. Why on earth would I know something like that? Just then, they heard the sound of the door opening. Uh-oh. 3 of them turned and saw... Akane! Oh no. Junpei thought. It's... June! She stopped short, surprised to see them, and was very nearly bowled over by the rest of her companions who were coming through the door behind her. Ace, Santa, Clover, and Lotus all poured out of the door, each of them as surprised as the last to see Junpei, Snake, and Seven. Huh? Junpei and Seven were, for the moment, at loss for words. What are you guys doing? Why are you... After a moment of silence and surprise, everyone suddenly began to talk, desperate to exchange information. They talked about the rooms they'd been through, and how they ended up in the same place. Of course, none of it was very useful information, but it hardly mattered. They were happy to simply see one another again. Although the level of cheer varied greatly from person to person, each one of them was wearing some manner of smile. Almost as though they had already forgotten about the death of the 9th man. No, thought Junpei. Perhaps that wasn't it. Perhaps thoughts of his death were what drove them to smile at one another. Not in a morbid or hateful way, no. The 9th man had died, but they were still alive. And that was something to be happy about. A sort of simple, uncomplicated joy, Junpei had thought. The joy of being alive. Still alive. He felt sorry for the 9th man, but more than anything, Junpei was just happy to be alive. This is bad though. If the red isn't working, we can't keep going. What about that big hallway? Maybe there's somewhere in there that we might be able to go. No, there's nothing there. The 5 of us had a quick look. There were a great many rooms though. None of them appeared to have held patience for quite some time. Patience? You mean all those doors are for hospital rooms? Yes. Apparently, they have a number of individual rooms in addition to this large central room. There was a door down the end of the hallway too, but it was locked. It had one of the solar system mark things on it. It was the Jupiter symbol. Jupiter. I wonder what it means. Confusion seemed to be the consensus. That reminds me, What's the deal with this big room anyway? What is this thing? Is it some kind of huge passenger ship? Not one, not even Snake appeared ready to offer an answer until Seven unexpectedly spoke up. I believe it's the hospital ship. In fact, it's probably the Gigantic. The Gigantic? Junpei looked at Seven, shocked by his knowledge and the apparent identity of their prison. He was not the only one. What's the Gigantic? Seven nodded to Lotus and began to speak. A Gigantic. He explained that she had been a sister ship to the Titanic, built in the early 20th century. The Titanic had two sister ships, who are identical to one another in nearly every aspect. A Gigantic was said to be one of them. She was initially intended to be a passenger liner, like the Titanic, but soon after the ship was launched, the First World War began, and she was pressed into duty by the British Navy as a hospital ship. Sometime later, the Gigantic was damaged by a German mine in the Aegean Sea. She managed to run aground after the incident, and consequently was not sunk. What then happened to the Gigantic after her fateful encounter in the Aegean Sea? One theory ran that a man named Lord Gordain purchased her. Lord Gordain, it seemed, had been one of the few survivors of the Titanic tragedy, and that trauma had turned him into an obsessive collector of all things related to the Titanic. As his obsession deepened, he began to desire the Titanic itself. That, of course, was impossible. The Titanic lay at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. The Gigantic, however, had not suffered such a dire fate, and as she was identical to her sister ship, she caught Lord Gordain's eye. So they're saying this Lord Gordain bought the ship. Yeah. Yes, I think I am. That's impossible. No way we're in some boat that's almost 100 years old. Pipe down, just pay attention. What? That's it? Well, have you got any proof? Proof that the ship is really the Gigantic. Well, the ship's got stuff that's like the Titanic and the hospital ship. But I just figured. Oh, for goodness. Don't tell me that's your only reason. No, I've got more. Like? Well, I mean... Someone looked around desperately, doing anything to avoid meeting Lotus's piercing stare. He scratched his head for a moment, then gave up. Finally, he opened his mouth. I don't know. Lotus sighed and shook her head. I guess your memory isn't back yet, is it? No, sorry. Then almost as if to save Seven from further embarrassment, a bell began to ring from far away. It sounded as though it was the clock at the main stairway. Junpei counted each chime carefully. 10, 11, 12. It's midnight. And we still got 6 hours left, right? Let's just get moving. We gotta find that hardware the Reds are missing. Ooh, I see. That's cool. That's pretty awesome. Wait, I just noticed you have a turbo. Which turbo sub? When did that happen? Okay. That's all well and good, but where are we going to look? Well, we already searched the big patient room. They had been examining the room as they talked, but we haven't found anything. Right. Well, there's only one thing left to do. Just one? Well, not just one. Wait a minute. Are you telling me we have to search all these rooms? Well, you already checked some of them out before you came here, right? Each checked a single room, so 5 rooms in total. Alright then. That's 5 rooms we don't have to search. If you split up, it won't be that bad. If each of us can do 6 rooms apiece, we'll have the other 48 rooms cleared in no time. There are 48 other rooms? Lotus did not seem excited by the prospect. 7 fidgeted nervously before responding. Maybe? You check something. Oh, shut up, man. Don't be pervy. Oh, I see. That's how it goes. After some discussion, the 8 of them decided which rooms to begin with, and in which order they would go. Junpei was chosen to search the rooms on the starboard side, moving from fore to aft. They also determined when they would return to report their findings. The next time the clock sounded the time. So basically when they have 5 hours left. Stupid. When they did, they would meet back in the large central room of full beds. If, during their search, any one of them were to locate the missing components, they were to yell for the others. If this strategy failed, they returned to discuss their options later. The details decided, they left to begin searching. Out into the hallway they went, each to the rooms they had been assigned. However, from far away, Junpei heard the bell ring. It had only once, as it was 1 a.m. He jogged through the entrance of the large hospital room to find 6 of the others already there. Ace, Santa, Clover, June, Seven, and Lotus. They had gathered in front of the door number 8. Or perhaps, to be accurate, they had gathered in front of the red next to the door number 8. Had one of them found the missing piece? What happened, guys? It was June who answered him. Jumpy, look! She was pointing at the red. He pushed through the others until he stood in front of it. Uh-oh. Immediately, he knew what she had meant. The display on the front of the red read, vacant. Junpei sighed. Come on, guys, who was it? They were supposed to yell if we found it. Well, Junpei wondered why she was hesitating. The others looked as confused as June, but kept their mouths shut. What the hell? What's up with you guys? Y'all knew something he didn't, and Junpei was about to leave things that way. Finally, Lotus frowned and spoke. Well, that's the thing. We don't know. You don't know. When I got back, it was already like this. There was no one else here? That means I wasn't the first one back. Well, that means I was the first one back, but those 2 carts were already back in the red. Junpei looked at the bottom of the red again, just to make sure. A slot that had been open on the bottom was now covered with metal. Clearly, whatever had been missing had been returned. What about the other 2? They're the same. Junpei quickly examined the other 2 boxes. Satisfied that they were also repaired, but still very confused, he returned to the others. Alright, I just want to be sure here. Nobody has any idea what the hell happened here, right? Ace and June nodded silently. Seven raised his hands as if to say, not me, and Santa just shrugged. Loose lips sink ships. Who even says that? No one. Only Clover lowered her head and did nothing. Huh? Wait a minute. That was when he noticed. Where's Snake? Junpei swept his eyes across the room a second time, but Snake was nowhere to be seen. Does that mean he found them? I have no idea. There's nothing to suggest it. Suggest it. But nothing to suggest he didn't either. I don't suppose we'll know until we can ask him in person. Well, whatever he did or didn't do, it's pretty damn late. What the hell is he up to? Maybe he's lost. Yeah, well, that seems likely. You can't see. I don't know how he gets around in the first place. Clover raised her head. No, that's impossible. I know that's impossible! Suddenly she was shouting. Yeah, my brother's blind, but he's got really great hearing. He can't get around as well as anyone who can see. So he couldn't get lost. That's impossible. So Clover had started to shake, and the knuckles of her hands had gone white. She spun around, but before she did, Junpei noticed tears welling up in her eyes. I'm gonna go look for him! The words were barely out of her mouth when she began to run. Hey! Hold on, Clover, wait! Junpei cried out to her, but he was too late. Or too slow. She kept going, and before anyone else could react, she was gone. Damn it! What should we do now? Well, the red is working now. No, we're not leaving two people behind. We should go look for them. Oh man, this ain't good. Oh yes. Well, that's an idea. We just wasted a bunch of time looking for some piece of electronic junk. Now let's waste some more by looking for a couple of idiots. Then remain here if you must. But there's no time. We've only 5 hours left. Junpei and the others nodded to one another and took off at a run. In front of the stairs that led to B deck, they decided to split up. They quickly assigned search areas and went their separate ways. Only 2 of them were left. Those 2 were Junpei and June, who had been a few steps behind the others. Alright, so we should go too. Yes, let's go. Where should we start? Let's see. I guess it's the hallway with all the rooms, yeah? We should go check out the hallway with all the rooms. Okay, let's go, Jumpy. They turned and ran down the hallway to the left. Ahead of them, farther down the hallway, they spotted Ace. Hey, Snake. Where are you? Answer me if you're there. Junpei paused. What did he want to do? I think I'm run to Ace. With June in tow, Junpei jogged up to Ace. Hearing their footsteps, he turned to greet them. Ah, hello there. Snake is... well, that's obvious, isn't it? I assume you haven't found him yet either. Junpei nodded. I really wonder where he could have gone. Where he could have gone. Well, wherever he's disappeared to, we must find him as quickly as we can for Clover's sake. Right. June's face looked kind of enraptured. By the way, do you think Clover and Snake are really siblings? Why would you say that? Why would you say that? The question seems somehow odd to Junpei. Why? Well, it's obvious, isn't it? They don't look alike at all. Ace looked at him for a moment and then spoke. Yes. You know, now that you mention it, they don't. Now that you mention it. Still, there are a great many siblings who do not look like one another. It certainly isn't rare. Junpei wasn't sure why, or even if he was seeing what he thought he was, but he could have sworn that Ace's face tightened as he spoke. At any rate, we really must find Snake as soon as possible. The clock is ticking. Can't really afford to waste any time. Very well. Let's get back to the search, shall we? You can leave this area to me. Alright, let's go, Jumpy. At June's urging, they left. They found themselves back at the stairs, but Junpei's mind was in turmoil. There was so much to think about, but... no. It would have been to put aside for now. As Ace had said, finding Snake was their top priority. Junpei did his best to clear his mind. Alright, where should we go next? First class cabin. Well, I guess a casino, yeah. Before they knew it, they were there. So was Lotus. She had been leaning against the wall examining her nails. Hey, what do you think you're doing? She glanced up at him, unimpressed. Isn't it obvious? I'm looking for Snake. I'm just not seeing it. Really? Maybe you need to look harder. Junpei didn't think that was a problem. Oh, by the way, I've got a proposal for you two. Care to hear it? Yeah, sure. What is it? Well, I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll get right to it. Why don't we team up? Team up? Yeah. What, you need me to explain it to you? I'm saying, why don't we go through the numbered door? Even if we wanted to, that's impossible. Why? Junpei's bracelet is 5 and mine is 6 and yours is 8. Our digital root will be 1. 5 plus 6 plus 8 equals 19. Plus 1 plus 9 equals 10. Plus 1 plus 0 equals 1. But there's no number 1 door on the large hospital room. The only doors there are 3, 7, and 8. Then we add another person. Huh? Who? What, isn't that easy? 7. She was right. If they added 7, 5 plus 6 plus 7, 5 plus 6 plus 8 plus 7 equals 26, 2 plus 6 equals 8. Now, 4 of them could go through the number 8 door. But, whoa, hold on a sec. What about the other 4? Why don't you add them up? That was simple enough. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 equals 1. Equals 10, plus 1 plus 0 equals 1. The digital root for those 4 would be 1. That's right. And you know the number 1 door is in the big hospital room, right? Of course I know that. No. Are you saying you would leave them behind? Of course not. What kind of woman do you think I am? Once we get off the ship, we could come back and rescue them, couldn't we? Then, wouldn't really be leaving them behind. Don't try to lie to us. I don't think you'd do anything of the sort. Really? Why would you think that? You remember, don't you? We have less than 5 hours left. Even if we manage to escape, there's no way we can come back to rescue them in less than 5 hours. Well, you never know until you try. No. You're not thinking this through. Even if we brought 7 with us, we still wouldn't be able to get off the ship. The 4 of us couldn't open the door 9. It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9. Yeah, that's right. The digital root for us 4 would be 8. So we didn't have to add ace to make 9. Right. Unless we bring ace 2, we'll be stuck. Lotus scratched the back of her ear. Oh, Can't they just throw Lotus off word? I mean, they could, but they'd still be stuck. She should float, shut up. Oh, Well, that's unfortunate. She didn't sound particularly bothered by what Junpei said. Or nor did she seem particularly surprised. Well, let's try to find another way, okay? We need to get out of here with all 8 of us. That's impossible. Are you being serious? You know that only 5 people at most can go through one of the number doors, right? The number 9 is going to be an exception to that rule. Regardless, at least 3 people will be left behind. You're right. That is true. The moment he said it, Junpei felt a chill run down his spine. It was true. How Lotus could remain cavalier about so terrifying a prospect was beyond him. When they found the number 9, they would have to choose which 3 of them would die. Lotus's forehead furrowed. Do you think I could have a moment alone? There are some things I need to think about. Junpei and June turned and began walking away from Lotus. Talking to her had left them feeling ill. Junpei's heart felt heavy, and and his steps sluggish. But, he told himself, pessimism would only get them nowhere. So he forced himself to smile and turned to June. Let's just focus on finding Snake for now, okay? Yes, you're right. We can think about those other things later. Junpei nodded. Alright, where should we go next? I guess first class cabin. It's real close. Outside of the first class cabin, they found Clover. She was standing in front of the wall. She was staring at a meaningless point in the wall, her eyes blank. What should Junpei do? Oh, we could talk to her, I guess. Are you alright? It is best to sound friendly, but Clover didn't respond. Look, I know you're really worried, but you could think of no words to say that didn't sound hollow and fake. Junpei hesitated. Clover was so consumed by worry and fear that Junpei feared it would crush her. Her actions didn't surprise him. She had suddenly lost her brother, who she seemed to have been very close to. Alone. Her voice was thin and barely audible. Alone. Alone. Huh? I said, leave me alone! I said, leave me alone! There we go. Suddenly she was screaming. You're so annoying! Just go away and leave me alone! Just looking at you guys is pissing me off. Go away, okay? Just go. Go somewhere else. Stop bothering me. Junpei was taken aback. Such anger and hate. June's eyes had gone wild with surprise as well. Why are you still here? Didn't you hear me? Fine, forget it. If you're gonna leave, then I'll just... Alright. Conspiracy. Let's go, June. Yeah, okay. They turned and left Clover. As they did, Junpei glanced back over his shoulder to see Clover wiping tears from her face. Clover had driven home the misery of their situation, but Junpei told himself that getting depressed would get him nowhere but depressed. For Clover's sake, he had to find Snake and fast. He did his best to push away the misery and depression and force a smile. Joan Garnett. Everyone's from Brooklyn. Yeah, well, it's young Garnet, but she is even more shrill and upsets. She is angry. Where does she think we go next? That's the large hospital room. Wait, did we go to the casino? Yeah, because Lotus was there. Let's go back to the large hospital room. Probably the best idea. Together they ran down the stairs. On their way to the large hospital room, Junpei and June noticed Santa standing next to the number 3 door. Junpei paused. What should Junpei do? Let's talk to him. Junpei and June walked up to Santa. What are you doing? Huh? What? Can't you tell? I'm checking out the red. Thank you for the host, Zuki Bookie. Why? Is there something bothering you? What? It's not bothering you. Huh? It gets at this red. Why wouldn't you wonder who the hell put it back in here? Yeah, that's true. Well, I'm curious too, but who do you think did it? Santa's eyes narrowed as he looked at June. She shook her head. I don't know. Well, what about you, Junpei? Who do you think fixed this thing for us? Snake? Lotus? Zero? Someone other than the 8 of them. Maybe there's someone else. You mean someone hiding here? Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just an idea. And you're saying this mystery person fixed the reds? Yeah. Why? That's, I don't know. Santa shoved his hands into his pocket and cracked his knuckles. Really? How can you? I mean, I assume that he's wearing skinny jeans and like thus does not have the room to crack his knuckles. Like to make fists in his pockets. Seems unlikely. Why? I don't know, it's just a feeling. Hard to believe Zero would bring in a secret 10th player. I mean, the name of the game is the Nonary game, for Christ's sake. You know what Nonary means, right? It means 9. No, that's not what I meant. I mean, more like someone who has been living here for a long time. Or someone who, like, stayed here. Seriously? That's even more ridiculous. Why do you think Zero would leave them alone? Junpei furrowed his brow. In other words, one of us is the person who fixed the red. Santa grinned. Bingo. We have a winner. But if that's true, then the person who did this doesn't want the rest of us to know. They fixed the red. Yeah. But why? No idea. Maybe if they come clean on that, it means we'd find out something else. Something bad. Something bad? Don't know. But whatever it is, it's gotta be worth hiding. Of course. It could have done something to do with Snake's disappearance. Think maybe they did something to Snake? So now the question. Junpei stared at Santa. There's something about him that made Junpei wary. At first, he assumed the other man wasn't terribly clever, but Junpei was beginning to think that he would need to reevaluate that assessment. When Santa spoke again, his voice was quiet. Look, if you're gonna trust anybody in this game, you're gonna lose. You gotta be careful. Alright, good night, Bombi. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. It's just... The person you trust the most could turn out to be the one who stabs you in the back. With that depressing suggestion, turned and quietly walked away. Junpei and Jun looked at one another and smiled awkwardly. Huh. Where would they go next? Yeah. It's been a while. Or actually, it's never been a while. But like, it's been like a couple hours since I started the game and I never saved, I realized. So I'm gonna save it right here. No, I don't want to quit. Because if something happens, like if the emulator crashes, and that would be disastrous. I think. Alright, I guess we'll finish searching. We searched everywhere, so whatever. They looked everywhere they could think of, but Snake was nowhere to be found. Lotus looked around at 6 frustrated faces and spoke. We can't keep looking for Snake. Wherever he is, it's not here. We need to get moving. Junpei couldn't disagree with what she was saying. Snake seemed to have completely disappeared. There's no point in wasting any more time. The others seemed to be having similar thoughts, but they stayed silent. Finally, someone spoke. We don't got a choice. Lewis is right. We're not gonna find Snake. There's a problem though. We've gotta find out who's gonna go through which door. Yes, I have a proposal. She walked back and forth across the floor, her heels clicking against the wood. Finally, she stopped. Why don't we decide on one person to sacrifice? Sacrifice? Well, perhaps is a bit harsh of a word, but yes. You've all figured it out by now, haven't you? We can't all make it through those doors. If we split into 2 teams of 4 and 3 people respectively, then 3 people will be left. behind. If you split into two teams of 5 and 2 people respectively, and two people will be left behind. Wait, 2 people? But you can't have 2 people only go through a door, that's stupid. We'll split into 2 groups of 3 and leave 1 person out. Then only 1 person will be left behind. Leaving behind 3 people with 2 teams of 4 and 3. How did you just notice Lotus? Well, better late than never, I guess. This she was right, yeah. It wasn't pleasant, but she was right. There wasn't any way that the numbers worked out. If one group was 4, the other group would always have a digital root of that. Wait, that would always have a digital root that didn't match door. When 7 spoke, his voice was strained. Didn't you say we gotta decide who's gonna stay behind? Yes, we do. Given our circumstances, it's logically and morally the best solution. If the other 6 are to survive, then 1 person has to sacrifice themselves. No, that's too cruel. What's so cruel about it? To just sacrifice someone like that? Then what's your plan? Maybe we should sacrifice 2 people instead of just 1. That's not what I mean. You shouldn't sacrifice anyone. I told you that's impossible. Wake up. Whoa, calm down, you two. Why use the number 2 there? That's weird. Sansa stepped between Lotus and June. Look, what Lotus is trying to say is that you should aim to bring the greatest amount of happiness to the greatest amount of people, right? Oh. Alright. See you later, Children Man. Good night. Thanks for hanging out. Per usual. As per usual. Exactly. That's how democracy works. For that reason, I think it's only fair. I think the only fair way to decide who will be sacrificed is through a vote. What do you think? No, that's terrible. I'm not asking you. Shut up. Whoa! Jeez, Lotus. What about you, Santa? Me? Well, I agree, I guess. Alright, that's 1 vote for. That's 1 vote for. Okay, counting mine, that's 2. 7? Can't say I agree with you, but we don't exactly have a choice. If we don't do something, we're all gonna die. Let's see you get it. When you get 1 more votes, then it's decided. What about you, Clover? Hey, Ziki. Thanks for the host earlier. Exactly, Nate. Clover had moved away from the group and was sitting on one of the beds. Her whole body drooped. Junpei didn't know she had even heard Lotus's proposal. Lotus had walked over to Clover and gently laid a hand on her shoulder. Your brother has to be behind one of the numbered doors. We searched everywhere, but we didn't find him. Doesn't that mean he has to have gone through one of them somehow? Clover slowly lifted her face. Let's go look for him together, okay? You think the second one's better? I think I like this one better than Virtue's Last Reward, to be quite honest. You agree with me, right? Clover nodded once. Giggle. The motion carries. Lotus spun around and walked toward Junpei. Now, let's start a vote too? That won't be necessary. Ace had barely spoken for Lotus's entire speech. And everyone jumped a little. 6 pairs of eyes turned to look at him. He didn't seem to notice or even care. I will stay. That should solve our problem, yes? Huh? Huh? Ace! What are you saying? You can't do that. That won't solve anything. June's voice shook, and she looked around desperately for someone to agree with her. Ace simply looked at her. June, I'm afraid you may have misunderstood me. I said I would stay, but I never said I would sacrifice myself. Huh? I trust you. Each and every one of you. I believe you'll come back for me. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's optimistic and then there's just nuts. Those doors only go one way. You go in, don't come out. If you go through them, you won't be able to return, correct? Yeah. True. But that will not be the case once you escaped from the ship. Yeah, June is 6, yeah. Ace is 1, 7 is 7. Snake was 2 because of Snake Eyes. 3... Wait, who the fuck is 3? Oh, 3 is Santa because San is 3 in Japanese. 4 is Clover because 4 is Clover. 5 is Junpei, which is us. 6 is June. 7 is 7, like I said. 8 is Lotus, and there was like a 9th man, but he died. He died in the beginning of the game. What? Please, I beg you. Once you escaped, come back and rescue me. Ideally, within the time limit Zero has given us. No, that's ridiculous. There's no way we could get back in time. Finally, Junpei could hold his tongue no longer. We've only got 5 hours left. We don't even know where the hell we are. How on earth are we gonna find someone to come out and rescue you? Funny thing is, dong that. I never played Danganronpa, whatever the fucking shit is called. Never played it. Oh yeah. So no idea. And perhaps you would prefer me to stay instead of me. Perhaps you would be willing to leave June behind. Ace's voice was dignified and without a hint of cruelty or malice. Junpei had no rebuttal. You see, there's no other choice. Then I see we've come to our conclusion. Go on. Don't worry yourselves about me. Go quickly. Yeah, I guess I could, but I don't really know what systems is it for. Junpei stood frozen by indecision, unable to move. June bit her lip so hard that Junpei feared she would break the skin. Mystery tooth, I guess. Sansa stood against a wall, calm and aloof. 7 tore his beanie from his head and turned it over anxiously in his hands. Clover stared at Ace with an expression Junpei was unable to decipher. Lotus's attitude, however, was different from the others. Good. Let's accept his kind offer then. She smiled, her eyes bright. Ace answered with a smile of his own. Good. I think this is the best for me. Perhaps I'll be able to take a nap. Perhaps it's my age, but I get so tired. I get tired so easily these days. As he spoke, Ace lowered himself down to the floor next to one of the beds. From somewhere deep in the ship, Junpei suddenly heard the screeching of metal on metal. It was almost as if the ship were screaming. Would it really hold until their time limit was up? Already, E-Deck was flooded. In the sudden silence, the only sound was the sad metal wail of the ship. But surprisingly, it was Lotus who spoke first. Well, what are you waiting for? We're wasting time. Why don't we hurry it up? As if a spell had been broken, the others all began to talk at once. You're right, we should get going. That's all we can do right now. 7. Seriously, honestly, I was getting kind of sick of listening to you guys talk. You too, Santa? I have to go find my brother. Wait, all of you? Let's just calm down and think about this. There has to be a way to get everyone out. There has to be. Right, Jumpy? Say something. Yeah, let's think. There's gotta be another way. His words sounded hollow and fake. Fine. Let's forget about it. I'll figure it out on my own. She spun around and ran toward Ace. His face. He had slumped down next to the bed when June grabbed his arm and pulled. Come on, Ace. Please stand up. You can't give up yet. We just have to sit down together and think about this. We'll figure out a way that we can all get out of here. Then it happened. Uh-oh. Ace fell forward. He slumped over onto the wooden floor, his body folded in half like a boxer out cold. Ace! June cried and dropped to her knees beside him. She put her arm around his neck and did her best to lift him up. What happened, Ace? Say something! She shook him frantically. His eyes fluttered open. I'm alright. His voice was weak and slightly slurred. Are you fine? This. He held out his left arm and slowly opened his hand. In it was a syringe and a small vial. The vial was empty. It had only recently been emptied. A few drops clung to the sides. There was a label taped to the side of the container. It read, Soparil Beta. Soparil Beta? Junpei had no idea what it meant or what kind of medicine it might be. It's a type. Yeah, it totally is. Did you use this? Yes. It's just an anesthetic. I'll be fine. Anesthetic? I found it earlier while we were searching the hospital rooms. I thought it might be useful later. I didn't think I'd be using it on myself. Kinda suspect. Why did you do this? Didn't I tell you? I'd like to take a nap. I really am very tired. Junpei knew that wasn't why he had done it. Ace had injected himself with anesthetic to forestall Junpei in June's attempts to bring him along. Z-druggy. Yes. If he couldn't move, there was nothing they could do. He injected himself so that they would be forced to leave him behind. Ace. Is there something you want to say? I just like to sleep a little. Could you... down? No! Don't, Ace! Don't fall asleep. Ah, you feel warm. So comfortable. I think I have a nice dream. Ace's eyelids drooped further and further, almost as though he were dying. Ace! Ace! She shook his shoulder again and again, but this time he didn't respond. Only the gentle rising and falling of his chest told him he was alive. Junpei was relieved to see he was, in fact, still breathing. He lifted Ace up off the floor and laid him on the bed he had been leaning against. When Junpei turned around, Lotus gave him a look of pity. Well, we really don't have a choice now. Can't let his sacrifice go to waste, right? She wasn't feeling any remorse, Junpei was sure of that. Still, he held no grounds upon which to oppose her. It felt wrong, but he had to agree. But suddenly, Santa spoke. Yeah, but we're not done choosing yet, are we? Huh? What do you mean? Well, we haven't decided who's going in and what door. Ah, yes, that's true. Well, enough of the screwing around. Let's decide. I wonder why they... I don't remember if this is actually, like, in the physical game, but I mean, I guess it is. But it's just so weird to me, like, you would just use, like, the number 2 for U2, or, like, the actual, like, number for... instead of, like, spelling out first. It's kind of weird. I don't know why it's weird to me. Lotus is your drug. I bet. You first, Lotus. Which door do you want? I want the door number 8. The same number as my bracelet number. Got it. You're 8. You're next, 7. Which one do you want? I'll take 7. That silver bra is kind of hot. Seems like she's got attitude. Yep. She's almost like a dude with dude, but not. I'll take 7. I can't get along with that old lady. What? What did you say? Her face disordered by rage, Lotus took a step towards 7. He threw up his hands and made a face like a child caught with his hand in a cookie jar. Ugh. You're gonna get it next time. Yeah, he is. She shot him a glare that would have melted steel. Then turned off. Oh, wait, no. Then turned and stalked off. There we go. Alright, who's next? Santa's gaze moved across the 3 people left. Finally, they stopped on Junpei. Junpei, which door do you want? At last, Junpei's mind was already made up. So we got another choice. There's door 7 and 8, and then there's also door 3. So you can choose whichever. No one has chosen door 3 yet. 7, we can go with 7. 8, we can go with Lotus. So it's like, what is? No. Door 3 or door 8? Which is it, Jake? Poon door? What? What? Jake, please. Is it 331? Pick up the door that has a brand new car around it. I mean, that's the thing, like, they could, like, rearrange the numbers. Do whatever, I don't know. So, door 8? All I got is door 8, so that's door number 3. Going once. Going twice. Going twice and a half. Going twice and 3/4. Wait. Yeah, that's a twice. Yeah, twice and 3/4. Don't know my fractions. What say you, Manip? Door 8. Door 3 with Lotus. Well, Jake's insistence on door 8. his rage is more apparent, so I mean, unless Zuki has something to say, or Steak, I don't know. One of them better not say fucking door 7. I might get my stream paused though, so I don't know. Go with Aqua fucking. I can purge you. I don't need your nonsense about Aqua. Yeah, I've beat this game too. Shrek. Steak, what say you? We can go door 8 with Lotus, door 7 with 7, or door 3, which no one has chosen. Bring on more Lotus. Well, that's 2 against 1. We're going with Lotus. I think I'm gonna go with door 8. Okay, it is. Yeah. Alright, nah. Right then, that means June's gotta go through 7. What? Why? What? Santa grimaced and muttered angrily to himself, but finally began to explain. If the 6 of us are gonna keep going without leaving anyone behind. Yeah, sure. There are only 3 ways I can do it. Plan A. Go through door 7 with 3, 5, 8s, and go through 8s with 4, 6, 7. Plan B. Go through 7 with 4, 5, 7. Go through 8s with 3, 6, 8s. Plan C. Go through 7 with 3, 6, 7. And go through 8s with 4, 5, 8s. And that's it. Those are our only options. In other words, 3 and 4 and 7 and 8 can never go through the same doors. Get it now? As Santa finished, June looked over at Junpei, tears welling up the corners of her eyes. Oh no. You're saying we're not gonna see each other again for a long time. Junpei felt as June did. He wanted to be at her side through whatever trials they were preparing to face. But he knew if they were going to survive, he had to swallow his feelings, the 4th option. In order for the 6 of them to move forward, he and June had to be separated. He looked at June. He was prepared to lose her, but swallowed, steeled his resolve, did his best to smile. Fuck you, Jake. Hey, come on. You're making it sound like we're never gonna see each other again. We gotta split up, but only for a while. Listen to this, like, I should have chose Aqua. Probably, yeah. This is just like we went into the 4th and 5th doors, right? 4 and 5 doors. We got split up then too, but we all met back up. I'll bet 7 and 8 are just like that. I mean, they're connected somewhere? Yeah. Yeah, probably. Care about June. Probably. Care about Lotus. Well, okay. Well, I'll say this. There's... well, never mind. I'll just keep it a secret. She didn't sound very hopeful. It was 7 that interjected. I'm sure they're going to connect somewhere. Why? What makes you think so? If they don't connect, neither team can get through door 9. In other words, the game would end right here. Zero's been on top of this shit so far. I don't think he'd blow it now. I'm damn sure that son of a bitch wants us to have this fun as long as possible. He's not gonna end this game until we get through the 9 door. June said nothing. The tears were gone, but her eyes were still sad as they looked at Junpei. He met them, and with what assurance he could manage, he laid his hand gently on her shoulder. Oh, happy birthday, Mason! Happy birthday! Also, hi! Oh, are you a big kid now? Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna see each other again. I promise. June bit her lip and gave him an almost imperceptible nod. Yes. Promise? Her voice was barely above a whisper. I mean, yes, promise. Promise. You're 23. Oh boy. Oh boy. Santa's voice shattered the moment. Yawn. You guys are done, right? He stretched and continued. Oh, I'll play this in honor of you, Mason. Oh shit. Wait, what is it? Yeah, here we go.
It's Leviosa. Ah, Leviosa. Stop.
And then for one more. Happy birthday, Mason. Oh, instructions continued. Anyway, that's pretty much it. Clover and I will go both into separate groups. I figure I'll take 7, and Clover can take 8. Any problems with that, Clover? Clover looked away and was silent for a moment. Whatever. It was more of a dismissal than an agreement. But Santa didn't seem to care. Is Clover now Hey, go lay down. Alright, we're ready to go then. Dave stakes fake innocent eyes. What? No. Let's move, he says. At Santa's command, the group splits and headed for their respective doors. Santa, 7, and June toward door 7. While Clover, Lotus, and Junpei headed for door 8. For a long moment, they stood in front of the door. Then Lotus laid her hand against her chest, her heaving chest, and turned to Junpei and Clover. Heavingly, "Are you ready?" "Yeah. Yes." "Then shall we go?" Alright. Ugh. The door had opened. A narrow hallway stretched out before them. Lotus and Clover leapt through the door. The moment they did, their bracelets beeped. The detonators in the bracelets had been activated. Junpei stepped forward to follow them. But as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. He looked to his left, toward door 7. June stood there, a mirror image of Junpei. She turned and looked toward him. Their eyes met. They nodded. Their farewell took almost 1.5 seconds. Then someone took a hold of Junpei's arms and hauled him bodily through the door. Oh yeah, that's cool. He heard the sound of the numbered door slam shut behind him. His bracelet gave a cold electronic beep. 81 seconds left. Hurry! Lotus snapped at him and ran to the dead. Junpei and Clover followed her as fast as they could. Phew! Oh yeah. Phew! It stopped. With a shaking hand, she wiped a few beads of sweat from her forehead. Clover, however, was calm. Aloof, perhaps. Pointless. She muttered to herself without emotion, and began to walk down the hallway, leaving behind a confused Junpei and Lotus. Lotus watched the girls receding back, with a mix of frustration and curiosity. What an unpleasant girl. I bet she's not very popular with boys. Her sarcasm seemed a little bit more biting than it was, perhaps, necessary. But she sighed, and started to go after the younger girl. After taking a moment to catch his breath, Junpei followed. Accio bomb. The hallway made a number of turns before at last coming to a dead end. Set into the wall on the left side was a large iron door. Now t-shirts. What? What? It's crazy. Wait. For a few minutes, they stood in front of the door, examining it. Above the door was a plate with the word laboratory engraved on it. A laboratory, huh? That doesn't sound very pleasant. I don't like the look of this place. Me neither. There aren't any other doors. It's not like we have a lot of choices. Junpei. Huh? Please, you first. Junpei suspected her politeness was motivated by something other than respect. Gah. Junpei muttered to himself and pushed open the iron door. Ooh, nice. Congrats, Galactic. His first steps inside were tentative and careful, but as he examined the room, it became clear that there was no imminent danger. Lotus followed him in. Clover brought up the rear. The room they found themselves in was divided into two separate areas by a curved wall. A thick glass window built into that wall made it possible to see into the other side of the division. Junpei walked to the window and looked through. What the hell? He wasn't sure what else to say. In the center of the room, shaped like a quarter circle, laid a mannequin lay on what looks like a medical exam table. That looks so creepy. Junpei jumped a little. He hadn't noticed Lotus come up next to him. You don't think that thing is gonna suddenly sit up or something, do you? Well, I don't know. I mean, look at all those cables sticking out of it. You pressed the wrong button. I don't know. Stop it. Just thinking about it is terrifying. She was gripping her arms, the knuckles on her hands white. Sheesh. It was then that Junpei noticed Clover. She was still standing near the entrance of the room. Her face had the appearance of calm, but it was drawn and somehow sad. There was something almost pitiful about her. Junpei walked over to her and, as calmly as he could, spoke. Are you okay? Clover looked away. What are you talking about? I mean, what are you talking about? What? I'm just worried about you. You've been real quiet. What? I can't be quiet if I want to? Well, I mean, of course you can. I just... Okay then, if I can be quiet if I want, just leave me alone, okay? Come on, you know I can't do that. We gotta work together. Clover bit her lip and was silent for a moment, but then suddenly, Junpei, you just don't get it, do ya? Her cry took Junpei by surprise. He stumbled backward a few steps, alarmed. My brother is not the kind of person who... Just leave me be... My brother is not the kind of person who just leave me behind, you know? Something happened to him? Puh. Something bad. Junpei had nothing to say. Lotus, jolted from her mannequin nightmares by Clover's voice, turned toward them. What happened? Clover's eyes slid to Lotus and then back to Junpei. Look, just don't bother me, okay? Just leave me alone. Finished, she turned around. Before Junpei or Lotus could say anything, Clover had begun to walk quickly away. Hey! Wait, Clover! Hold on! He might as well have been talking to a wall for all the notice she took of his cries. Not even slowing down, she made for a doorway cut in the wall in front of her. Without even slowing down, passed through the doorway. Great. And without warning, and iron gates fell from the ceiling like a portcullis, sealing Clover in. What the heck? What's going on here? Clover grabbed hold of the iron bars and shook them as hard as she could. Hang on, I'll get it open. Junpei grabbed the bars and pulled. In a moment, Lotus joined him. The three of them pulled as hard as they could, but... Ah! Ugh. Urgh. Damn it, it's not moving. Wait! Are you just gonna give up just like that? No, I'm not giving up. This gotta be another one of Zero's puzzles. If it is, then there's gotta be a way to open it. Junpei nodded. That's what I was thinking. Now we all gotta do is find it. Lotus and I can look around here. Clover, you're gonna have to see if you can find anything in there. Oh yes, I'm on it, sir! That's true, Sparson wouldn't leave JJ behind. Okay, let's look over here. A window made of really thick glass. I don't even think a bullet could break it. Let's check this out. Junpei! Do something, please! Even if I was a jerk to you, I want you to save me, because I'm a damsel in distress. Is this like an examination table? There's a creepy mannequin here, guys. I don't know what kind of table this is, but part of it's all black. There's a pen line over here. I think someone probably used it to make the table black. Well, if they only use a pen on one part of it, then there's probably something underneath all that pen. However, you think you can erase it? Yeah, sure! Oh, this is a permanent marker! Junpei, do you know how to erase ink from a permanent marker? Erasing from a permanent marker, huh? Give me a minute, Clover. I'll be right back. I think this thing is a monitor for whatever experiment they were running here. There's a bunch of stuff here like a resistance, value, and voltage. The power's off, so there's nothing on it right now. I wonder what this thing is. This thing look here looks like a voltmeter. This is the control for that? Gosh, there's so many dials. Marker. Why don't you try turning on one of them? No, nothing. A permanent. There's no power here, guys. I turned the dial a whole bunch, but even if I turn the switches on, nothing happens. I wonder what they washed here. There's all these weird color stains all over the sink. Okay, that's enough of that. Like, these are... Pretty sure that's not where we need to go. There's a lot of stuff here. I don't know how we can use any of these. Well, I can say for sure that I do know how to use at least one of these things. Which one? The one on top. I think it's a power cable. Power cable, huh? I'll take that. Sweet. Definitely a power cable. No, we haven't checked anything yet. This is a keyhole. Looks like a keyhole for the activation key. Okay, so good to know. The monitor doesn't have power cable, so the end of the power cable is... Okay. The other end needs to be plugged into this. Alright, let's just slip you in. Huh? Well shoot, I can't use this. What's wrong? This cable has 3 prongs, but the socket only has 2 holes. It's not gonna fit, that's what I'm saying. In other words, I'm gonna need a plug to changing the power cable to one with 2 prongs. That's right. Okay. So let's look in here. What's in here? What's this? Ethanol. What's this? Ethanol. I wonder if this is for antisepsis. Oh, this is anhydrous ethanol. Anhydrous? Oh, is that different from regular ethanol? Come on, that's common knowledge. Anhydrous ethanol is a powerful cleaner. It can even erase marks left by a permanent marker. Oh my god. It's a cardboard box. There are some papers and stuff in it. What's in the box? looks quite full. As far as I can tell, it's a bunch of notes about some kind of experiments. But it's all really technical and stuff. I don't really get it. Okay, so let's do this. Wait, no, shit. Here we go. Clover uses ethanol. You should be able to wipe that permanent ink with it. What am I gonna wipe it with? Oh, well, your clothes, of course. Ha! Just kidding, just kidding. Please don't look at me like that. You're scaring me. Clover, can you use a cloth on the table? Use, huh? Use, huh? Soak it in ethanol and use it to wash off all the other stuff from the permanent marker, okay? Right. Right, okay, I gotta soak the cloth with ethanol. Well, she's got the cloth, but it seems she's been having a little trouble with the bottle of ethanol. When she's ready, I should ask her to get to work on that stuff on the table. Soak the cloth in ethanol and... Junpei! It's working! It's wiping the permanent ink off! Huh? Huh? There's some kind of weird drawing under all the permanent ink! What's with the... Oh. What's the deal with the drawing that Clover found? Maybe I should ask her to take another look at the table. I wonder what this is! There's some kind of numbers and some kind of grid. I can't see it. Wait, no. Goddamn. I can't see it from here. Clover, you've got a pen and a notebook, right? Could you write those numbers down and hand them to me through the bars? Okay, Raja. Okay, let's go back here. Here, Junpei. I wrote down all the numbers from the desk on there. Paper with numbers on its acquired. New material has been added to the file screen. Okay, good. Wait a minute. Wait, file screen, hold on. Wait, is that all there is? The lockers are a little bit larger than the ones on top. Nothing, okay. I still need to find the plug, right? Various pieces of equipment. Some of them might be useful. We already did that, didn't we? The grid, is it Tron? Yes. Items. 3 prongs, okay. Actually, what's this? What do we get? Clover's note, here we go. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright. It's a really old type of keyboard. I think this thing's supposed to power the machine in the other room. Doesn't appear to be doing that. I wonder how we're supposed to turn it on. Is there anything unusual on the machine? Well, I don't know, you know? There's some kind of bunch of cords hanging from the bottom of it. Jeez, there's a lot of cords. It looks like they all go over here into the mannequin's head. So the device and the mannequin are connected. What the hell are they doing there? Oh man, back when this laboratory was active, there wasn't a mannequin in there, I bet. There was a real life human on the table. I wonder what... No, I don't want to think about that. Hey Clover, how are the power cables over there? Huh? What do you mean? Does the plug have 3 prongs or 2? I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go look. I guess she does have to kind of crouch down to get a look under there. The cable on the monitor it's got 2 of those metal things. What does that mean? That's it. Okay, can you unplug the cable and bring it over here? Oh, okay, but... What? Well, I can unplug it, but it's connected to the main computer. Can't take it over to you. Damn it, it's no good then. Well, how about just the plug? What? The plug. Well, maybe more like a connector. sort of thing that makes the plug with the 3 metal thingies into a plug with 2 metal thingies. Still useless? No, not useless. Not useless at all. That's just what we're looking for. Okay. Can you hold on a little bit? And back down she goes. Alright. Unplugged. I'll hand it over to you at the bars, okay? Hey, thanks. Here you go. A 2-prong plug. Thanks. Alright, let's combine this shit. Combine. Okay. Put the 2-prong plug into the head of this power cable. Boom. Fucking nailed it. Wait. Here we go. Right? I've got the 2-prong power cable in my hand. I'm pretty sure this will work. And then this I go. And this will just... Let's just plug this thing into the monitor. Alright, that ought to do it. Why just go around? You mean Clover? I don't know, that's just the voice I fucking do. That's so stupid for dumb characters. For some characters, I don't know. It just started with freaking young Garnet in Final Fantasy IX as an Atola. And then I did it again for Sparrowson, and I'm doing it for Lotus. I'm not Lotus, Clover. I think there's anything gonna happen. Why not? Well, it's not connected to the main computer. You never know until you try. Pretty optimistic. Junpei pushed the button in front of the monitor. With a soft hum, it turned on. Streams of letters that made no sense to Junpei began to scroll across the screen. He had hoped it would turn on, but he hadn't expected this. Huh? It's actually working? So it would seem. Is it not kind of weird? What? Well, it's not connected to the main computer, right? It's just this keyboard and monitor. The only cable connected to this thing is the power cable we just plugged in. So why is it working? Maybe it's a wireless display. Clearly, this was a reasonable explanation to Lotus. A wireless display. Yes, it connects to your computer wirelessly. Hence the name. Have you been living in a cave, Junpei? Most certainly had not, but... Is that normal? Yes, at least where I worked. Huh? As he spoke, the lines of letters suddenly stopped and disappeared. The only thing left on the screen was the word pass, followed by a colon. Looks like we need to enter a password. Again. There must be a hint around here somewhere. Could you go take a look? Yeah, I'm on it. What are you gonna do? I'll see if I can do something about this on my own. On your own? Yep, on my own. Lotus pulled over the nearest chair and dropped herself onto it, in front of the keyboard. Well then. For a second, she stared at the screen. She kneaded her hands, knuckles popping, and twisted her back left and right. Alright, let's kick some ass. She smiled to herself and rubbed her hands together in anticipation. Then before Junpei had time to blink, she was typing at an incredible speed, the click-clack of the keys running together like a machine gun fire. Even his eyes right now, they're not on her hands, as you can see. What? Junpei was, for once, at a loss for words. Didn't expect that, did you? Of course I didn't. What kind of job do you have? What are you? I'm unemployed at the moment. I used to work for a cybersecurity firm, but What? Why? Lotus blinked. Huh? Oh, it was just something. She stopped typing for a moment, and her face fell. This was not an avenue of questioning to be pursued, Junpei realized, but quickly shut his mouth. There we go. Yeah, so his eyes are back on the screen now. Lotus's fingers began to move again, and in a few seconds, she was back up to speed. As she typed, more letters and symbols that meant nothing, Junpei began to pour across the screen. Steak. What are you doing now? I'm going to try and brute force it. Brute what? A brute force attack is, well, the short version is that I just attack the thing head on. The long version, without looking up or slowing down, she began to explain. Brute force attack is one of the simplest ways to break a cipher, she told him. It checks every possible combination until it finds the right one. For a complex cipher, it can take a very long time. The thought of doing something like that made Junpei feel tired. But Lotus explained that she was writing a program that would run just such an attack on its own. Not the most elegant solution, certainly. But given the circumstances, there isn't much else I can do. Even as she talked, her fingers never slowed or missed a key. She couldn't help, or Junpei couldn't help but feel a little odd. Oh, back to what we were talking about earlier. What were we talking about? The wireless display. It's kind of strange if you think about it, isn't it? How do I put it? Well, let's just say you write a program that calculates an addition problem for you. Alright. So you entered 1 plus 1. The screen will show you 2. See? Isn't that strange? No? Not really. Oh, come on now. Of course a caveman like you would think it was strange. You said so just a minute ago. Huh? You're not just kidding, are you? Who calculated 1 plus 1? The, main computer, right? It's connected to the monitor wirelessly. Yeah, but someone who grew up in a cave wouldn't know that, right? They probably think this thing here, the monitor, is doing the calculating. And once they decide that they'll start examining this monitor, they'll poke the screen or something. Ah, I see. The color changes when I press it here. And they might investigate the hardware on the inside. Ah, I see. So this wire supplies power. Eventually, they might even cut the wires. Ah, yes, just as I expected. When this wire is cut, no results appear. Therefore, it must be this device which does the calculations. Huh? But the truth is that, just like you said, the computer is doing the calculating. These cave people wouldn't know that, because they have no idea that the monitor and the computer are connected wirelessly. But let's continue to type. Junpei scratched his head. So, what are you trying to say? Nothing. Really. Just, I thought maybe. What if the relationship between human beings and our brains is like that? Huh? Well, let's say you stick a bunch of electrodes into parts of the brain. A scientist examining the signals they send out might say, oh, interesting. So stimulating this part of the brain causes this person to see colors. That must mean that this neuron cluster controls that function. Okay, let's see what happens when I cut out this part. Ah, just what I thought. Cutting off this part causes that function to cease. Therefore, human thought processes must occur in the human brain. You get it? It's just like this monitor. Maybe the brain is like an output device like this monitor. Maybe our thought processes actually occur somewhere else in the main body. We just don't know it. We never even think about it. Just like those cave people wouldn't know about wireless communications. We can't imagine that there is some unknown medium that transfers information into our brains, where we experience that information as thoughts. Junpei didn't say anything, not so much because he had no retorts. Her arguments seemed silly, and he was a little surprised to be hearing something like it from someone like her. The brain is just an output device. Even thought actually occurs somewhere else? Did Lotus really think that? He wondered. It was a little creepy, Junpei thought. It sounded altogether too much like a bizarre cultist religion. Maybe that's the cause of Seven's amnesia. Oblivious to Junpei's increasing discomfort, Lotus continued. The memory is actually stored somewhere else, in some sort of main body. Somewhere. Maybe he hasn't forgotten anything at all. He's just having a difficult time accessing his memories because the monitor, his brain, has been damaged. I suppose I would explain the aphasias in Blind Sight too. Perhaps they actually can speak or see. The monitor isn't just functioning properly. These people with prosopagnosia could be suffering from the same thing. Wait a minute. What? You know what aphasia mean? You know what aphasia was from watching medical dramas on TV, and Blindsight was easy enough to guess. But you never heard the word prosopagnosia before. Oh god. What, you never heard of prosopagnosia? Lotus spun in her chair to look at him. Junpei just shrugged and shook his head. Nope. What is it? Well, put simply, it means a condition where the mind can distinguish between human faces. In other words, my face will look the same as Clover's or even yours. Though they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to. Usually they can make do by associating people with other things, their voices, their clothes, their hair. Does that mean other people's faces look like blanks? No, I don't think so. You've seen monkeys, like in the zoo, right? To you and me, all monkeys' faces look the same. Even though they obviously got faces, it's almost impossible for a human to distinguish between them. The zoo staff that works with them would learn to identify different monkeys, eventually, but you and I couldn't unless one had a scar or something to set it apart. You know how that's how people would be to someone with prosopagnosia. Prosopagnosia. Fuck. Huh? Didn't even know that kind of thing existed. Junpei did his best to act as though the entire lecture hadn't gone entirely over his head. And, what were we talking about? The idea that your brain is just an output device, like a monitor. Are you serious with that stuff? Not really. I was just kidding for about half of it. What about the other half? Well, I guess I was just adulting? Not funny. Giggle. Lotus' smile had something rather masochistic to it. I don't know if that was it masochistic? Maybe sadistic, but I don't know about masochistic. It's nothing more than a story I made up out of boredom. Don't take it seriously. It was the first thing that came to mind, and I just talked about it to kill time. But it looks like I don't need to talk about it anymore. Why? I don't have to kill time any longer. As she spoke, Lotus raised her right arm high. Chortle. God. And brought it down on the enter key. Oh god. The program took only seconds to analyze the system. Checks of text flickered on and off in quick succession. And then a line of numbers appeared, blinked, and disappeared. The screen cleared, and all that left was the word accepted. Giggle. Piece of cake. Lotus would clearly have patted herself on the back if it would not have made her look entirely ridiculous. After a few seconds, the accepted disappeared to be replaced with 9 squares arranged in a 3x3 square. What the hell is that? No idea. Looks like a puzzle. Suddenly, Lotus stood up. Huh? Aren't you gonna, I don't know, do more computer stuff? Can't do any more. Won't let me do any more programming. See the keyboard. Nothing. So there's nothing more I can do. I guess I'll leave this to you then, Junpei. What? Let me take a break, alright? Did my part. I wasn't sure what to say about that. She certainly had done her part. In fact, without Lotus, they probably would have run completely aground. Shouldn't rely on other people so much, Junpei thought to himself. From here on out, to himself, he would rely on no one else. Junpei crossed his arms and stared at the puzzle shown on the screen. Boom, 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 boom. Like a pro! Alright. I solved it. Did you hear a noise just now? Yeah, I did. It sounded something like sounded like something walking. Where did it come from? Oh, let me guess. Right here. Look, Junpei! The lights on the lockers are green. You must have unlocked it with a computer puzzle. What's in here? Ooh. There's more than one key in here. This one's small. It looks like it goes to some sort of machine. And this one here has an Earth symbol on it. I think the Earth symbol matches the keyhole in the door on the A deck. Well, if that's the case, we probably don't need the Earth key right now. Alright then, Earth key. I'll just tuck you away deep in my pockets. As for the other key... Kinda fell asleep, it's okay. I'm almost done streaming. It was at that moment that he heard a voice behind him. It was Clover. Hey Junpei, do you have a minute? He put the puzzle aside for the moment and walked over to Clover. What's up? I wanted to ask you something. Ask you something. Huh? Junpei, you went to door 5 with my brother, right? Did you hear him say, like, anything weird? Why is she asking me this? Junpei wondered. The more he thought about it, however, the more it made sense. Snake had been gone for a long time. Clover was quite attached to her brother. Of course, she would have been worried about him. I think he came in, like, after... Junpei, her brother is... His name is... Well, the nickname is Snake, but he was, like, number 2. He's blind. He looks like... It's kind of like a... He was described as a prince, but he was not a prince. But, you know. But he's been missing, so... And Clover is, like, worried about him. He thought back to when he had gone through door 5, hoping he might remember something, even a small something, that would help her. However... Sorry, Clover. Can't really think of anything. I mean, he did mention that his hearing exceeds that of a regular person, or something like that, but that's about it. Okay. Okay. I don't know. That's hard to... Whatever. Clover's words were barely audible. She nodded vaguely to Junpei and turned to walk away. Hey, wait a minute. Look, I don't know if I should ask you things, but if you don't mind, I was hoping you could tell me if, the snake, was he born? You're talking about his eyes? Yeah. No, he wasn't born blind. When he was a kid, he got in an accident. A really bad car accident. He couldn't see after that. And his arm. His arm? Yeah. My brother's left arm, it's not like a normal person's arm. It's fake, it's not a real arm. The accident hurt him. Oh, the accident hurt him really bad. To save him, they had to cut off his arm. Is that all you want to ask me? Talking about her brother had clearly taken a great deal out of Clover. Junpei nodded. Look, I'm sorry for making you talk about all this painful stuff. Clover only shook her head and walked down the stairs. Okay, so we're done with that scene. Over here, this key. The shape sure makes it seem like it goes to this machine. Alright, turn it on. Okay, the monitor is on now. And it's full of letters. What's it say? It's showing some kind of warning. Power restored to experimental device. Emergency system will activate in the event of abnormal subject behavior. Okay. Alright, let's see. Hey, how about this? Junpei! This thing in here is on now! Yes, that's because we activated the power over on this side. Could you, like, play with it a little? Okay! Yeah! I'll turn on this dial here. 10, 10, 10. I don't think it's working. Nothing's happening. Well, maybe she missed something. I should ask her to look around the room again. How about this? This is a monitor. There's a whole lot of cables under this table. There's something sticking out of the mannequin's head, like wires or something. What the hell are they doing there? Huh? Why is she all quiet now? They were doing experiments on humans. Probably. Oh man, now she looks sad. Huh? There's a wash basin. More commonly known as a sink. Yeah. That's a rack, there's a bunch of cables on it. Somebody cut the other stuff off the cables. I can see the wires inside. Hey, Nesu. If you increase the voltage? Raja! Will do! Okay, I'm gonna go all the way to the max voltage! Max voltage? Hey, Jerry. Hey! Wait, Clover! Oh, shit. What? I think, oh my god! The mannequin's head! Oh man, that sounds like a fire alarm. God, what the hell? Fire detected, fire detected. The emergency system will be activated. Evacuate the room immediately. Huh? Hey! I'm sure the rest of the electronic door is locked. The green light is on. Junpei! Look at the light! Yes, it's green. The emergency system has activated and disabled the lock. Now we can save Clover. Junpei! Come on, kid. Jump! She's safe. Oh man, that smoke is some serious business. Time to close this door again, I think. Clover, are you okay? Are you hurt? Cough! Cough! Damn, she's coughing so hard, she can't even talk. Cough! Of course I'm not alright! What the hell? Took you so long, you big jerk! I was almost dead! Sorry, I was going as fast as I could. You two can do this later. Right now, we need to get the hell out of here. That's gross. You found it! You found it, Junpei! You found the solution! God, you're wicked smart! Junpei, Clover, and Lotus leapt out of the laboratory, slamming the door shut behind them. All three of them collapsed against the wall, breathing heavily. Junpei's heart was pounding in his chest, and his whole body felt weak. He inhaled gulps of clear air, and with each one, he could feel his body begin to calm down. Alright, let's go. They nodded to each other and started down the hallway. Before long, they found a few new doors. All of them were locked. Soon, they all tried all of the doors but one. The final door sat in the corner of the hallway. Junpei grabbed the door handle. Was about to pull it open when a voice cried out behind him. It was neither Clover nor Lotus, but he recognized it. Alright, good night, Steak. But there's no doubt the voice belonged to Jumpy! He spun around. There, at the other end of the hall, Junpei saw human figures running toward him. 3 of them. June, Santa, and Seven. Thanks for hanging out, Steak. Stanley. They stopped short in front of Junpei and his companions, gasping for air. Hey! What are you guys doing here? What? But we didn't... But before he could finish, Clover spoke. Guys, could you come over here? She was standing near the end of a small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she found. There was something on the wall at the end of the hallway. A map of the ship's interior. It said Sea Deck in the upper left corner. Most likely, they assumed it was a map for the floor they were on. Door 7 and Door 8. The map confirmed what they already knew. Both doors eventually led to the hallway where they had found themselves. In fact, yeah, isn't that what I said? So we find that number 9 door. 0 ain't gonna split us up. We might get separated for a little while, so we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we can't open door 9. That's how the nonary game works. Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again. As he looked more closely, the surprise and excitement gave way to weariness. One by one, the others saw what he'd seen. As one, they moved back toward the door Junpei had only a moment ago been ready to open. Pulled the map of the ship's interior off the wall, put it in his pocket, and followed the others. The 6 of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Santa stepped forward. He took a hold of the door and spoke without looking back at the other 5. Ready? I'm gonna open it. They nodded their silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. They poured through the doorway and into the room. Even without looking around, each one of them knew where they were. They were just where the map had said they would be. The same room they had been in not so very long ago. The tremendous central hospital room, with empty beds from wall to wall. I see. I really don't understand what you're saying. The 6 of you split up into 2 teams and went through doors 7 and 8. You solved the puzzles in the operating room and the laboratory, and then met one another in the hallway after opening. Thanks for the host, Artemis. One in the hallway after opening your respective locked doors. It looked like anyone might, after only just waking up, but it seemed that his brain was working as well as ever. He had managed to grasp, summarize, and understand each team's report. At any rate, I feel a bit silly for my little show of altruism. I'm sure you'll be back for me. I did hope you would come back, but I confess I didn't think you'd be back so soon. Ace shook his head with a rueful smile. Well, we saw each other again, and we ain't dead, so I say that's good enough. Seven smiled. Anyway. Yo weeb. What? Yo weeb. You're using weeb emotes. Get out of here. I'm doing fine though. Bit cold because my ceiling fan's on. Anyway, I said we get out of this creepy old place. We found the key we need. The key? Is that just what I said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room. Here. Seven tossed something small and metallic toward Junpei. He caught it and found the object that was a key. Yeah. On it, someone had engraved a symbol very similar to a 4. He looked over at June, who nodded back. It had to be the Jupiter symbol. I'm gonna let you hold on to that, alright? Yeah, got it. Well, I've got something for you too, then. Here. It's a Saturn key we found in the kitchen. I might lose it. It's probably better if you hold on to it. That way, it won't be my fault if it gets lost. And with that, she pressed into Junpei's hand. He felt slightly less than honored. As a group, they now had 3 keys that had not been used. The Earth key, which had been found in the laboratory. The Jupiter key, which 7 had just handed to Junpei. Saturn key card, which Lotus had just handed to Junpei. Junpei tucked the new keys into his pockets. June spoke up. The Jupiter key is supposed to be for the door at the end of the long street's hallway, right? Yeah. If the map's right, then it connects to the central staircase. Then next to the stairs... Wait! Those were the first words anyone had heard out of Clover in quite some time. Her face suggested that there weren't going to be very happy words. What about door 3? Look, you saw the map, right? It's the same as 7 and 8. It just leads us back to the big hospital room. There's no point in seeing what's on the other side of that door. There is a point! At least there is for me! There were tears in her eyes, but she glared at 7 as hard as she could, just the same. She looked very much like a frightened puppy. There wasn't a man alive who could have resisted those eyes. What about her clam? My clam chowder! It's so clammy and cold. Actually, I think clam chowder is a hot soup. Hot chowder. I don't know. Never had it. 7 looked everywhere in the room except at Clover and muttered and coughed his apologies under his breath. Yeah, you're right, I'm sorry. Snake might be on the other side of the door 3. Clover nodded once. The next person to speak was Ace. When the hell is the next episode D4 coming out? I don't know. No fucking idea. I know apparently episode 2 of Blues and Bullets is gonna come out pretty soon. I think this month, maybe. Not sure. And then episode 2 of King's Quest is already out. But yeah, I don't know. Very well. I'll be coming with you then. I've had a nice long rest. I think it's time I was up and about again. So 7, you'll help me, won't you? Huh? Me? Junpei did the calculations quickly in his head. 4 plus 1 plus 7 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3. Even the guy's taking a couple years break. Because of health? Oh, you mean the director? At last, he had gave up. Damn. Well, I guess that's how it's gotta be. So I'm going with you, huh? Yes, you are. Alright, let's get moving. So it was decided that Clover, Ace, and 7 would discover what lay beyond the door 3. Okay, we're heading out. Be careful. Well, I think I'd be hearing that from you, Lotus. Don't let it go to your head. I'd be in trouble if the 3 of you bought it. The rest of us can't open the 9 door. Ah, the truth comes out. 7 nodded as if this answer made much more sense. Pulled the lever on the red. Okay, let's go. Door opened, and Ace and Clover 7 jumped through. Oh, so we're taking a break from the game? Oh, okay. I see. 6, 7, 8. After exactly 9 seconds, the door closed noisily. Alright, we should get moving too. Alright, so I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna take this dog out, stretch my legs and whatnot. And yeah, I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes maybe. Yeah. Oh boy, sorry about that, guys. Ugh. Hello. Let me catch up on chat. I'm Chowder. Big jokes. What's wrong with weens? Alright. We should get moving too. Thanks. Huh? I mean, you know how it is with dogs. You know, they like to take their time using the restroom, so. But he finally did his business. That's good. Where are we going? Everyone except Lotus seemed rather confused. It would be a waste of time to just sit around, wouldn't it? Let me explain. Her face. I get it. We're gonna see if we can get anywhere interesting with the Jupiter key. Yes. If we're lucky, we might find Snake. They're at the end of the hallway lined by individual hospital rooms. The Jupiter symbol was engraved on the keyhole. Alright, Junpei? Open it if you please. Yeah, on it. Junpei pulled the Jupiter key out of his pockets and slid into the keyhole. He twisted. With a nice sharp click, he felt the door unlock. Alright. Dog. Ready, guys? Junpei's companions nodded. He nodded back, then slowly, quietly opened the door. Inside was exactly what he expected to see, with a map of the ship's interior. They were in a tremendous hall, almost like a ballroom, with a massive central staircase. Right, back to the beginning. Sure this is a good idea? What do you mean? Well, we already searched every inch of this room, didn't we? I'm asking you if there's any reason we came back here. Of course there is. Man, sometimes I can't tell if you're smart or just lucky. Huh? This. Junpei pulled two things out of his pockets. The Saturn key card. And the Earth King key. Not Earth King. That's a different thing. Santa cocked his head to one side, like an inquisitive bird, and looked at them. After several long moments during which it became apparent that Santa had no idea what the cards meant, June took pity on him. Oh, don't you remember, Santa? On C deck, where we are now, there was a big elevator behind the stairs, remember? And next to the elevator, there was a card reader with the Saturn symbol on it. And on A deck, on the door to the left, there's a keyhole with the Earth symbol on it, I think. So the two keys that Jumpy has should let us use the elevator and the door on the A deck, huh? Yes, that's right. June smiled, pleased with herself. So did Santa. Alright, I got it. Let's get started then. What do you say we split into two teams? Lotus and I will search the Earth one, so you two can search the Saturn. Alright. Sounds good. Junpei handed the Earth key to Santa. They decided that their initial search should be brief, only 10 minutes. They'd meet back near the staircase once they were done. Junpei and June headed for the elevators. Sure enough, there was a card reader bolted to the wall next to the elevator. Left elevator. He lined up the Saturn key card and swiped it through the reader. A light on the upper left corner blinked to life. Great. Looks like it's working now. Alright. Now how do I call the elevator? There's a single button to the right of the elevator door. On the button was an upside-down triangle, the universal symbol for down. There didn't appear to be an up button. Junpei pushed it. He didn't have much of a choice. It opened! Look, Jumpy. Or Jumpy. I guess it would be Jumpy. It's kind of weird. June's voice was excited, but Junpei could hear a tinge of anxiety. Sweet, it opened. Let's get going. He grinned at June, stepped toward the open door. As he was about to step foot in it, he felt a hand on his arm. Wait! What? I'm not really... Oh gosh. Junpei was at something of a loss. What could she be possibly frightened of? June was probably afraid of being locked up alone with a boy. After a little thoughts, Junpei decided that she had to be nervous about being locked up in such a small space alone with a boy. In a way, it was kind of cute. Very demure, you could say, he thought. Still, even though it wasn't exactly roomy in the elevator, they weren't going to be pressed up against one another. At least, they didn't have to be. Still, it was making her nervous. Junpei couldn't help but think how innocent she was. Come on, let's go. Again, he stepped toward the elevator. And again, he felt himself restrained. I said, wait a minute. Why? Aren't you afraid, Junpei? Afraid of what? Well, I've never... You know. She'd never been in an elevator with a man alone before. Even so, she still seemed awfully alarmed. I might get wet. What? Down there. I'd get soaking wet. Well, I mean, of course you would. That's the way it works. I mean, I've never heard of anyone getting soaking wet somewhere else. That's true. You don't mind? Mind what? Getting wet? Well, I don't know. I think I'd probably, like it. Gosh, Junpei, you're so brave. Really? I mean, I kind of think any guy would do the same thing, you know? What happens, happens, right? If you get the chance, you just gotta go for it. That's what a man's supposed to do, I guess. You're so cool, Junpei. I really admire you. That doesn't seem like the sort of thing you'd ought to admire someone for. I'm really scared. Yeah? I mean, like you said, you've never done it before. Yes. So I don't think I'll be able to last very long. And then it'll be over. Over? Yes. I'll go to heaven. Heaven? It feels kind of like you're floating in space. And your mind gets all fuzzy, like when you pass out. At least that's what I've heard from people who experienced it. Yes, I've heard that too. Although I don't think the same thing happens to guys. What? Huh? But it would happen to men too, wouldn't it? It would happen to anyone. Once it gets into your body, the same thing happens to anyone. To everyone. Well, I mean, usually it doesn't go inside the man. I mean, generally. Yes, it does. Well, eventually will. It's not like you really have much of a choice. Your body will force you to swallow some of it. Eventually. What are you trying to do to me? Nothing. I'm not doing... I'm not going to do anything to you. I'm just saying that's what happens. It's a psychological reaction to what you're experiencing. Was that really how it happened? It occurred to Junpei that perhaps that was how it worked. Perhaps he had been mistaken all these years. Had he misunderstood life so gravely? But that terrified him. June seemed to be entirely oblivious to Junpei's mounting confusion and terror. I know most men probably have larger lungs, but even then, I don't think you can hold your breath for 20 or even 10 minutes. Eventually, you'd have to breathe and the water will get into your lungs. Once that happens, your body won't be able to get oxygen anymore, and you'll start to feel that floaty feeling as you pass out. Ha! Finally, Junpei understood. He understood what June was trying to say, and why she was so scared. Yeah, you're right. You wouldn't last very long. See? She was afraid that the only elevator button pointed down. That meant, of course, that the elevator couldn't go any higher than the floor they were on. As he thought about it, Junpei realized he hadn't seen elevators on the A or B decks near the central staircase. All of which meant that the elevator could only convey them to the lower decks. And the floor below the one they're on, D deck, should be completely submerged. That meant... Hey, wait a minute. This elevator came up from somewhere under us, right? Well, yes, I guess it did. It didn't open right away after you pressed the button. There was a motor noise, like it was moving, and then it opened. Yeah, exactly. Yes, so take a look inside. Junpei jerked his head toward the interior of the elevator. It's not wet at all, is it? The walls, even the floor, are totally dry. Oh, you're right, they are. June looked around the elevator, slightly embarrassed. Well, let's test it. Test it? Yeah, watch this. Junpei put one foot in the elevator and bent around the corner of the door until he could see the floor buttons. There were only two, E and C. He pushed the E button and jumped out of the elevator. The door slid shut and they heard the grinding of the motor as the elevator car moved down. Oh dear. A few moments later, they had heard the sound of the elevator door grinding several open floors below. Junpei nodded to June and pressed the elevator button again. A few moments later, the elevator returned. The door slid open, and just as Junpei had expected, there's no water to be found. See? Junpei couldn't resist puffing out his chest a little bit. June, however, still looked confused. What does that mean? How can the E-deck be safe if the D-deck is full of water? Well, here's what I think. The elevator shaft and the E-deck must be watertight and separated from wherever the ship's been punctured. Here, let me show you. He pulled out his notebook and pen and sketched out a rough illustration. See? So that's why the ship hasn't sunk. The shape of the inside keeps us all from filling with water. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what's going on. Junpei continued talking as he closed the notebook and slipped it back into his pocket. So I'm gonna go down and check it out. You stay here, alright? But... Come on, just do it, alright? He gave June's shoulder a reassuring squeeze, and then hopped onto the elevator. He pushed the E button, and the door began to close. June looked worried, her eyes darting back and forth as if she was trying to make a decision, when suddenly... I'm coming with you! Huh? At the last possible moment, June dashed forward, turning sideways, just in time to slip through the gap between the closing doors. Junpei jammed his finger against the open button, but it was too late. The door had shut. He and June were on the elevator, and it was heading down the E deck. He was so surprised by June that he didn't even have time to think about what awaited him on the E deck. The elevator stopped. The door slid open. Jay stepped off onto the floor outside of the elevator. Nothing seemed especially unusual. No fish going about the fishy business, or a jellyfish floating lazily through the water. There was, however, a blowfish. Or at least something that looked very much like one. June's cheeks were puffed out, and her mouth a tiny, tense frown. Oh, knock it off. It's just like I thought. This part hasn't flooded. Come on. Let's look around. There's no water here. June looked around nervously, then... exhaled. You're right. It's not flooded at all. See? There's a whole lot of water. Yeah, right on top of us. What's gonna happen if the ceiling breaks? Junpei thought about that for a moment. Well, probably get pretty wet up there. Huh? At any rate, we should probably go back as soon as we can, once we're done looking around here. Lotus and Santa might already be back. Okay. Good idea. Junpei glanced around the room they found themselves in. First, he noticed was a set of thick iron bars. They ran the length of the room, separating the left elevator from the right one. Well, we can go over there. Right. Then perhaps... in the corner of the room that housed the elevators, Junpei found an opening. He walked up to it and stuck his head around the corner. A long, straight hallway stretched out in front of them. That door at the end of the hallway, there's something written on it. Now let's go have a look. June and Junpei set off down the hallway at a brisk clip, somewhere between a run and a jog. For long, they found themselves in front of the door. On it was a number written in bright red paint. 6. I knew it. This is a numbered door. Indeed, there was a red bolted to the right wall next to the door. Or to the wall right next to the door. Of course, with only 2 people, there wasn't much they could do with it. Alright, so let's head back. Yes. Junpei and June turned and headed back to C deck. On the way back, Junpei noticed a map on the wall. As it turned out, it was a burnt map of the ship's interior for E deck. Huh. So you guys found the door 1. Door 1. They met back up with Santa and Lotus, who had explained what they'd found. Apparently, there's another numbered door on E deck. Just like the one on E deck, beyond the door that the Earth Key opened. According to Santa and Lotus, there's a 1 on a door. All told, they had discovered 2 new doors, the 6th door and the 1 door. It is interesting that the E deck wasn't flooded. Lotus was quiet for a moment, lost in thought. Well, we don't really know if all of E deck is safe. We only checked the areas around the elevator. Even so, it's still very interesting. You said the 6th door was there, right? Yes. That means that Zero planned all this out, even the sinking. That would have meant some pretty serious remodeling of the ship's interior. It's pretty mind-blowing when you think about it. Yeah. I wonder how long it took. I can't even imagine how How much it must have cost? It would have been a ton, that's for sure. Well, that does go along with what Ace was saying. The most reasonable explanation would be that this was done by some organization with access to a whole lot of cash. Yes, it does make sense. That thought made them all go quiet for a moment. June bit her lip while Lotus sighed softly to herself. And Santa cracked a stiff neck and stared off into the distance at nothing. I don't think it's a very good idea to stay here. June looked up at Junpei with large pleading eyes. Yeah, you're right. Ace and his team might be back already. Well, June, Junpei, and I should be able to go through door 1. Huh? You guys leaving me behind? 8 plus 6 plus 5 equals 19. 1 plus 9 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1. Just kidding. Alright, let's go. Lotus's words were all the impetus they needed. Back to the large hospital room they went. Ah. Wrist hurts. The moment they stepped inside, a tremendous voice echoed across the room. Hey! Where the hell did you guys go? It was Seven. Ace was right behind him, and Clover was behind Ace, although she seemed to be hanging back. It looked as though there was something strange about them. Seven had the look of a man who had seen a ghost. Ace was just as pale. Clover looked as though she was only moments from passing out entirely. For a long moment, they simply stood there, looking at one another. Junpei looked around nervously, waiting for someone else to speak, and no one did. He looked at Seven. What happened? What the hell kind of question is that? Seven was trying very hard to be angry, but something had shaken him hard. His shoulders were trembling, and his voice was strained. Snake is... Seven couldn't finish. He just looked away, his face twisted by... Junpei wasn't sure what. Instead, Ace spoke. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spoke. Snake is... dead. He died, just as the ninth man did. Huh? It was as if all the air had suddenly been sucked out of the room. Junpei felt his heartbeat quicken, and he realized he was having trouble breathing. He could feel cold sweat beading on his forehead and neck. June, Santa, and Lotus looked the way he felt. All three are frozen in place, their faces white. Oh my god, it's not true, is it? We should make sure. Yeah, right, we should. They nodded to one another and headed for the number 3 door. Wait! Not that way! They stopped short and turned to look at Seven. He was pointing at the door with no number. I stuck a screwdriver in there to keep the door from closing all the way. It's not locked, so you can go in that way. Where is he? Shower room, on the left side of the hallway. I put a broom in there too, to keep the door open. We can get in without going through the number door, right? Yeah, that's right. The new destination clear. Junpei and his companions headed for the door with no number. Once in the hallway, it was easy to spot the metal door on the left wall. It had been open when they'd been through before. But now, just as Seven had said, there was a broom stuck in between the door and the frame keeping it open. They looked at it for a moment, then stepped inside. Ugh. It smells horrible. Lotus wrinkled her nose and covered her mouth in disgust. Even Santa pinched his nose shut. Yeah, this is pretty awful. I feel like I'm gonna puke. It was just as bad as they said, perhaps worse. A hideous smell filled the air, so thick they could almost taste it. It was sour. It smelled of fish, feces, and burnt meat. It worked its way through Junpei's nose and down his throat, down against the entrance to his stomach. He put his hands over his mouth and struggled to keep what little was in his stomach where it belonged. He didn't have to wonder where the body was. There was blood everywhere, a few arms of the splatter, reaching toward them as they walked in through the door. All one had to do was follow the many radial arms to the source. The body itself was hidden behind a divider. June should stay here. But please do me a favor, okay? Alright? I didn't give her a chance to say no. He put his hand on her shoulder as if to shove her into the ground like a tent pole, turned, and walked toward the end of the divider. It felt like it took an eternity for him to get there. Sansa and Lotus followed him, timid and nervous as a pair of children. Eventually, they reached the divider, looked at one another and nodded slowly. Junpei put his hands on the divider and peered around the corner. For a moment, he forgot to breathe. His heart collapsed in his chest, like an empty cigarette carton, and time froze. He knew in that instant that he would take the image before him to the grave. What was left of the body sat in the sea of blood. Chunks of flesh, torn from the body, sat in the blood like tiny islands of Great Red Sea, in a Great Red Sea. A vast ragged hole had been torn in the torso, and what remained of his intestines spilled out of it like fresh spaghetti. Smaller chunks of meat had splattered against the wall and become stuck there as they dried. Globules of yellowish fat had left trails like tiny slugs as gravity pulled them down the wall, even as they dried to it. Just like he said. Sansa's voice was strained. Junpei suspected he was holding down some vomit of his own. Just like the nice man. The detonator in his bracelet set off the bomb in his guts. Spaghetti, gross. It looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful. His legs were both bent in an unnatural way, and his left arm had split open, exposing the painfully white bone of his ulna. His bracelet lay next to him. It seemed to have hit the wall hard enough to have shattered the display, which lay on the ground in pieces. Half of his head had simply collapsed. The blood coating almost made it look like raw pizza dough covered in tomato sauce. His clothes, too, were covered in blood. The burgundy tie, the white shirt, the jacket with the yellow piping, and the gray slacks. They were all too familiar to Junpei. No mistake about that. It's Snake. Lotus's voice was unnaturally deep and strained. Junpei heard it catch in its throat. The squeal of tortured metal made Junpei's teeth curl. It sounded like the noise of a ghost would make. No matter how many times he heard it, he never got used to it. Every time, it put him on edge. He didn't hope that there was a girl nearby who looked far more like a ghost than a living human should. It was Clover. She sat on the edge of the bed, her head drooping listlessly onto her chest. Her eyes were blank, stared across the room at nothing. Her breathing was slow and mechanical. Aside from the rise and fall of her chest, she didn't move. Junpei felt as if even a nudge might cause her to shatter into 1,000 pieces. Snake was probably murdered. chances are he was killed the same way the Ninth Man was. 7 lowered his voice, likely in an effort to keep Clover from hearing what he had to say. There were 4 other people in the room with Junpei and 7. Ace, Santa, June, and Lotus. 7 looked at each other, at each one of them in turn, and continued. It's pretty straightforward. Not that hard to figure out how they did it. At first, the killers got Snake to authenticate on the red to open the door 3. Then they shoved him into it alone, and waited 9 seconds for the door to shut. Once that door shuts, it was over Snake, but he didn't give up. He probably knew it wouldn't do him any good, but he probably ran into the shower room looking for the dead. Moited, yeah, moited. Oh man, surprise! Yeah, why is it broken? Yeah, like I said, like before, like some emotes on Twitch, like even like sub emotes and like official, like actual like Twitch emotes are broken for me. I don't know why. And the chat is like from BTTV. Anyways, so weird. And I freaking love surprising. Anyway, so weird. It was a small chance, but it wasn't like he had anything to lose. Fortunately, it didn't work. The detonator is only deactivated if everyone who authenticated when they went in uses the dead. And then 81 seconds after he was shoved in, that happened. I see. So that's what she meant by killers, huh? You need at least 3 people to open one of the numbered doors, including Snake. Wouldn't open for Snake and a single killer. Exactly. That means we're looking at multiple perps here. Junpei crossed his arms and grunted. Well, just in case I want to make sure, let's say you're right. When do you think Snake was killed? When we all split up to look for the parts for the Reds, I think. Right after that was when we noticed he was gone. And that means none of us have alibis. We're all off searching the rooms we'd been assigned, looking for those parts. Yeah. That means anybody could be a killer. Well, wait a minute. What are you talking about? June seemed shocked. How can you say one of us is a killer so casually? Well, not just one of us. If I'm right, then at least 2 of us are murderers. Why don't you calm down a bit, 7? What are you going to gain by being so suspicious? That's what Zero wants, you know. What Zero wants? Exactly. This game was set up by Zero, wasn't it? Any game has a winner and a loser. Whoever makes it through door 9 is the winner, and those who don't are the losers. Zero is trying to make us fight against one another for that victory. Then you're saying that Zero is trying to split us up and making us fight each other? Yes. That is why we can't let ourselves fall prey to suspicion. We have to trust one another and form a strong bond of friendship. He's got a point. Otherwise, we'll end up ensnared by Zero's manipulations. Then, does that mean that the person who killed Snake? Yes. Almost certainly Zero himself. If there's anyone who should doubt, it should be Zero. He masterminded this game and kidnapped all of us. Doesn't seem reasonable that he would have killed Snake as well. Junpei hadn't really considered that. If Zero had killed Snake, then Zero was on the ship with him. Was Zero on the ship with him? Yes, of course. Of course he was. That was obvious. Zero was somewhere on the ship, but Junpei had no idea where. Junpei mumbled to himself, lost in thoughts. Where could Zero be hiding? Suddenly, everyone went quiet. The silence was cold and clammy. Well, there we go, cold and clammy. And Junpei could feel it crawling across his back and around his throat. Again, he heard the ghosting moaning noise. And moments later, a person who looked more a ghost than human appeared. It was Clover. She looked at the floor as she spoke, and her voice was a cold monotone. You think it's Ace? You don't know why? I don't know. I think Zero is one of us. Huh? Every human body in the room froze. The only sound was the muffled rustling of breath. Eyes darted from face to face. One of those faces was the face of their jailer. But who? Junpei said. That's crazy, come on. Isn't this ship gonna sink in a few hours? If Zero was here with us, he'd be putting himself in danger. Why the hell would he do something like that? There's no motive. Clover looked up at Junpei and her face fell. You don't believe me. Her eyes were so pitiful. The moment Junpei met them, he felt his heart tighten. He didn't think what he said was wrong, but perhaps the way he said it had been too insensitive. Clover had just lost her brother. His death would have been bad enough, but she'd also seen the blasted wreck of his body. Junpei barely knew him, and the sight had been enough to make him sick. What Clover had felt couldn't begin to imagine. In the mental states she must have been in, it was understandable that she would look at those around her with suspicion. She felt everyone was against her. I just stopped talking, okay. Weird. The least Junpei could have done was try to understand what she was feeling. He felt ashamed of what he had said. Perhaps, he thought, I should apologize. Before that apology could begin, Clover, I understand what you're feeling. You don't feel you can trust any of us. Ace had beaten Junpei to the punch. As he spoke to Clover, his face was calm and friendly. But you have to understand. Wait, your video froze? Oh yeah, mine too. Weird. The more we distrust one another, the further we fall into our true foe's trap. Zero was the one who did all those horrible things to your brother. Do you want to let yourself be manipulated by someone who would do such a horrible thing? Clover didn't answer. She didn't even look at Ace. The whole time, her eyes were on Junpei. You could feel Clover's eyes boring into him. They were the color of a deep winter lake. Junpei saw no suspicion in them, only sadness. Then, in that horrible silence, they heard a bell begin to ring. It was the clock at the central staircase. 3 in the morning. That means we got 3 hours left. Eesh. Then we need to move now. 7, Clover. I know how you feel, but you do understand that right now, it's important that we trust one another, don't you? 7 and Clover remained silent. Their eyes were looking at something somewhere else, very far away. We must go. We have very little time left. Ace's words put their feet to moving. They all knew where they were going. The next destination was Mercury. It sat, bolted to the wall near the stairs that led to the casino and the kitchen between the two elevators. The Mercury card reader. Junpei stood in front of it with the Mercury keycard. Someone had given him the card. I found it when we were checking out the shower room. At least that's what he said. Junpei slipped the card through the reader. The light on the reader turned green and made a tiny electronic noise. Now they were ready. Junpei and June had been chosen as the investigators. There's any behind that, they had been to the E-deck before and no one else had. As before, this in the elevator ahead to make sure the floor they were heading to wasn't flooded. As before, the elevator returned as dry as it went as when it had left. There we go. Once it had been checked for water, Junpei and June stepped into the elevator. There were only two floor buttons they could push. The C and the bottom buttons. The rest were destroyed or did nothing when pushed. Junpei hit the bottom button. The door closed. Slowly, it began to move downward. Sometime later, Junpei and June stepped off the elevator and onto the bottom deck. It stepped off and saw that the hallway to the right ended somewhere between 20 and 25 feet from them. The hallway in front of them was a dead end. But not a regular dead end. This is the number door. This is the 8th one we found. There were 2 number doors on B deck near the central staircase. There were doors 4 and 5. There are 3 more number doors in the large hospital room. Doors 3, 7, and 8. Junpei and June had found another door on E deck, and Lotus and Santa had found a 7th on A deck. There was a 6th on the door on the E deck, and a 1 on the door on the A deck. 4, 5, 3, 7, 8, 6, 1. And now, door 2 stood in front of Junpei. There was only one thing that it meant. Do you think the next door we'll find? Yeah, I think so. The next one's gonna be door 9. Despite himself, Junpei felt excited. There's something about that excitement that frightened him as well. He did his best to put it from his mind and headed back to C deck with June. Alright, let's open these up. The pieces of paper they folded up lay on the ground next to Junpei's legs. There were 7 of them, all told. They were written on paper pulled from Junpei's notebook, and each one bore a codename and a door. Why had they decided to vote that way? They decided it wasn't fair to simply ask everyone at once. That would allow people to force others to go through certain doors. Well, that wasn't the only reason. Junpei had proposed the voting system, and he had a plan. It wasn't a plan he wanted anyone catching wind of, however. So he did his best to act calm as they began to open and read the pieces of paper. The first one read, Ace requests door 1. Yes, I do. Would you like me to explain why? No, we don't have the time for that, sorry. Let's keep going. You open the second one. Next to Santa. What's door 6? Yeah, that's what I wrote. Junpei continued with the 3rd, 4th, and 5th pieces of paper. Clover wants 1, Lotus wants 2, Someone also wants 2. Eh? Wait a minute. There's no way I'm going anywhere with Elephant Man. No. There's no point. There's no point to the voting if we let people change their choices because of stuff like that. But just give it up, Lotus. It's not like I want to hang out with some exhibitionist grandma. He's not an exhibitionist. I'm wearing clothes. Barely. So, a fact check, that's not a crime. Maybe. Well, what about common decency? Nobody wants to have to look at a chick who looks like a half-naked raisin. Erg! I'm going to kill you. Doris's hair flared out like a mane of an angry lion, and she roared with a voice that shook the walls. With some difficulty, Ace managed to restrain her. Junpei, read the rest. Right. Junpei tore his eyes away and looked down at the sixth piece of paper. He opened it. June wants door 6. Yes. I don't really have a reason, I just felt like it. All the papers, save Junpei's, had been read. He did some quick calculations in his head. People requested door 1, Ace and Clover. This was the door on A deck near the central staircase. People requested door 2, Seven and Lotus. This is the door on the bottom deck. It could be reached by taking the elevator to the bottom of the ship. People requested door 6, Santa and June. This is the door on E deck. It could be reached by taking the elevator near the central staircase down. It took him less than a second to run the numbers. He opened the 7th piece of paper and spoke. Actually, let me do this real quick. Okay, the last one's mine. I want to go through. Let's save this here. So we have 3 choices: door 1, door 2, door 6. And I don't know. Oof. I feel like we'll figure this out next time, because it's been 6 hours. Yeah, I'm getting the stream isn't big enough for you. Well, too bad. But yeah, I think I'm gonna stop streaming. This is gonna be it for me for tonight. Not sure when's the next time I'll be streaming, but you know. We'll figure out which door to go through next time, so yeah. This is it for me, guys. Thank you for the hosts and stuff. Yeah, for the hosts. Always appreciate it. Suppose I'll send you to Luna stream, because speaking of big booby ladies, she's playing Nier, and that has big booby ladies in there too. Yeah. Good night, guys. Bye.